Ini sebenarnya ada orang telepon kayak ini. Jangan ini dia saya sih.
Ini, saya lupa ini atau temu tasuk. Hai telepon yuk Pak Puga deh.
Miss Silvani, is Pak Ruby is here? Mr. Ron, can you hear me? Mr. Ronnie, can you hear me? Miss Susi?
Yeah.
Yeah, what about Pak Dekan?
Oh ya, thank you lah.
Okay, we can start if Pak Dekan is ready. Thank you.
Hello, Miss Judith. Pak Dekan is ready. Is my voice heard?
Yes, it's clear, Miss. It's clear. It's very clear.
Okay, our international conference will be start. Is it okay?
Di situ nak ada itu ada bagus. Di situ. Oh ya, oke. Kita Prof berarti karena manusia. Kita siapa yang
Cohen itu dia masih pindah Cohen. Moderator di samping. Nanti dibebas sama Susi. Kadang-kadang ini kan
Land of the Heavenly Kings. Enigmatic. Beyond transcendental. Toraja. breathtaking landscape. Home of the mighty buffaloes. Picturesque villages, untouched by modern life. Upholding old traditions. Displayed in crafts and feasts. Incredibly preserved. Remarkable funeral rites. Where the king's family comes together from all over the world. A magical celebration of an eternal journey to the afterlife. An ancient way of life celebrated. And beyond Toraja, in Sulawesi, there is a myriad of marvels. From prehistoric megaliths to the race of a lifetime, a feast of the senses, endless stream of excitement, a never-ending.
Okay, Miss Vonny, time is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Miss Judith. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Shalom, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to the second International Conference of on Education and Science, UKIToICES 2022, presented by Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Toraja Christian University. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Silvani. It's a precious chance to me to be your master of ceremony on this very special occasion. First of all, let us say thanks to God Almighty who has given us guidance, happiness, healthy, and mercy so we can attend and participate this international conference even without any obstacles. Honorable Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Toraja Christian University of Indonesia. Honorable to Excellency Keynote Speaker from United States of America, from United Kingdom, from Turkey, from Malaysia, from Indonesia especially. I would like to welcome to all participants. Let's give applause to us all. Great. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's begin our international conference this morning by opening prayer. The opening prayer will be delivered by Dr. Erkol, M.Pd. Time is yours.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. To lead opening prayer this morning. Okay, let's pray. Our Father in heaven, thank you very much for the blessing to us. Today, we will do our activities, especially UKIToICES 2022 in UKIToraja. We pray for all of the keynote speakers, where they are, for their prepare presentation, their subject today. We always pray to all of the members of committee who has prepared all of the methods that we use today. We always pray to for all of the participants who follow or join the conference today. Father, we believe that you are blessing all of us to do the activities today. The beginning till the end, our agenda today, we pray in the name of Jesus Christ, our Savior. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Ma'am Rachel, for the opening prayer.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, move on to the next agenda is singing National Anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's watch together the short video about Toraja Christian University of Indonesia provide. Wow, amazing. That's a short profile about Toraja Christian University of Indonesia. The next agenda is opening speech. The speech will be delivered by Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Toraja Christian University of Indonesia, Mr. Dr. Andus Rubianus, M.Pd. Time is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is beautiful and precious opportunity for me to give a welcome address at the second international conference of UKIToICES, which is being held by Toraja Christian University in Indonesia. Let us give thanks for providing direction, happiness, health, and mercy. Allow us to come and participate in event without difficulty. It is a lovely occasion. I would like to extend a warm greeting to all attendees of the second international conference of UKIToICES presented by Toraja, who will be speaking at our event today. Before we begin this event, I want to offer my heartfelt appreciation to the keynote speaker as follows. One, the first, Professor Dr. Queen Elizabeth Binus from Turkey. Second, Dr. Supaprawat from Malaysia. Third, Dr. Erkol Bayram from Turkiye. Dr. Ghofur from Madura, Indonesia. Fifth, James Cohen, Ph.D. from America. Sixth, James Cook, Ph.D. from America. Seventh, Dr. Excellencies, greetings, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to express my gratitude to all of the participants in this Toraja International Conference. I hope that the conference is beneficial to all participants and that we will be able to share and discuss ideas with them. Thank you for make this event a success. Finally, I would like to express my gratitude to you all and wish you a pleasant conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ruby, for the opening speech. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's watch together this short video about Toraja land of Indonesia.
Land of the Heavenly Kings. Enigmatic. Beyond transcendental. Toraja. Breathtaking landscape. Home of the mighty buffaloes. Picturesque villages, untouched by modern life. Upholding old traditions. Displayed in crafts and feasts. Incredibly preserved. Remarkable funeral rites. Where the king's family comes together from all over the world. A magical celebration of an eternal journey to the afterlife. An ancient way of life celebrated. And beyond Toraja, in Sulawesi, there is a myriad of marvels. From prehistoric megaliths to the race of a lifetime, a feast of the senses, endless stream of excitement, a never-ending adventure in Sulawesi, wonderful Indonesia.
Wow, amazing. Toraja is one of beautiful places in Indonesia. It has mountain roads and green hills, so that the place is rich of natural tourism. So maybe one day all keynote speaker from other countries will visit Toraja. Yeah. Okay. Before we move to the next agenda, ladies and gentlemen, we have photo session, and I invite Miss Judith to lead us.
Aduh,
Please.
belum mandi.
Okay, one, open your camera, please. Yeah, open your camera. 1, 2, 3. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
3.
1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you, Mr. Vonny. Back to
Okay.
Mr. Vonny.
Thank you, Judith. Okay, we will enter the session 1 for our international conference this morning, especially for day 1. So I will invite our great moderator, Dr. Yisrael Nanisalata, M.Pd. Time is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to thank the host who's given me this opportunity to be the moderator of this session. I'm Yusranani Salata. I will be the moderator of this session, and I'd like to greet our keynote speakers today and all the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the first okay. Well, sorry. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to thank the host who has given me this opportunity to be the moderator of this session. I'm Yusranani Salata. I'll be the moderator of this session. And I'd like to greet our keynote speaker today and all the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the first session of Toraja International Conference on Education and Science, and the theme of the seminar is Educational Role on Learners' Character Development in Digital Era. To shorten the time, let me introduce our keynote speakers for this session. And our keynote speaker for this session is Professor Jessamine Cooke-Plagwitz, Ph.D. from Northern Illinois University, America. She is Associate Professor of German and Applied Linguistics. She is a coordinator of Foreign Language Instructional Technology Graduate Certificate Program, and she is also a director of undergraduate studies of Illinois University. She has many publications, and one of them is A New Language for the Next Generation, Why Second Life Works for the Engine World Language Teaching in the End Generation, Issues and Perspective, Oxford University of Hawaii Press. And she is also a member of International Association for Language Learning Technology, a member of Illinois Council on the Teaching of Foreign Languages, a member of American Association of Teachers of German, a member of American Council on the Teaching of Foreign Language. Ladies and gentlemen, in this session, our keynote speaker will present the topic about character development in newer instructional models. Ladies and gentlemen, as soon as our keynote speaker ends her speech, I will allow 2 questions to be asked and then will be answered by the keynote speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 45 minutes for this session, and 30 minutes for the presentation, and 15 minutes for the discussion. The discussion through question and answer. Dear Professor Jessamine Cooke-Plagwitz, time is yours.
All right, hello.
Hello.
Good evening. Good morning to you. It's evening here. I'm going to try and share my screen. Let's see if it works. Looks like it might have worked. Good. So I wanted to thank everybody for coming today, and thank you so much for the invitation to speak. And thank you for the interesting topic of this conference, because I had never really thought about character development in the context of my teaching. I teach German, I teach language, I teach translation, and I use technology all the time, but I never looked at what I do through the lens of character development of my students. And so it's been interesting for me to use that lens to have a look at what it is that I do and how that works and how I can potentially improve what I do in order to add a little more to what I give to my students on a daily basis. So I think we all know, I think we all agree that education is how students develop their social skills, their emotional skills, their ways of looking at the world through an ethical lens. So, that's very important. And that a good educational environment is really helpful in training students that way. And it starts right from the very beginning. So your very youngest children, that's how they're learning. And it carries on into college as well. So students at the university level, yes, they have developed many of these social skills, but they're not done by any stretch of the imagination. And so it's interesting to look at how that progresses. And when I'm thinking about students and their character development, yes, I am looking at questions of ethics and morality and doing right and so on. But character development is more than that. It's teaching students how to learn. It's teaching students to want to learn, to be curious about what it is they're learning, what it is you're teaching, and to help them understand that they want to do well, with whatever they're doing. So whatever work they're producing, we want them to do well. And what's interesting about adding technology to that mix is that a new set of variables are coming into the equation. And maybe throwing things off a little. Technology helps. Technology also hinders in some ways. So I think advantages of technology that I have seen, that you have all probably seen while you're teaching, is that students have immediate access to information. For me as a language teacher, that's really important. They have access right away to authentic materials. If something happens in the news, they get it that day, and that's vital, that's important. Technology allows me as the teacher and my students as the learners to be creative in terms of how material is presented to them, but how they work with the material as well. So the assignments that they do, any of the work that they produce, technology allows them to be creative with that. And of course, it really helps those students who can't get to campus to continue their education. We have a lot of students here who work all day. So if they can take an online night course, that's perfect for them. We live in Illinois. The weather's terrible. Sorry. In the winter, the weather is really bad. I don't want my students trying to get to campus if it's really snowy. The weather's really terrible. And as we saw during the pandemic, sometimes technology can allow us to continue with our education and protect each other and avoid getting sick. That's also important. So these are, I think, generally very good things, very good aspects of technology. Where technology can cause issues, we have students who might have a lack of critical thinking. We try to help our students to be web savvy, but it doesn't always work. So we need our students to learn how to recognize what's useful information and what isn't, of all of that information that they are exposed to on a daily basis. Students, faculty, we all run the risk potentially of having our personal information stolen. That happens. There are all kinds of new and fascinating ways that people are trying to steal information to get us to reveal information to them. Students who might want to, for whatever reason, make recordings of students in the classes, to make recordings of online course meetings, can do so if they have the right applications. Even if I have disallowed it from my end, they can still get in there and use a screen recorder and, you know, share information, share video with other people that they should not share. So privacy violations from that point of view. And then there's that potential for the loss of motivation and this potential for student isolation as well. And often those two can go hand in hand. So the more isolated a student feels, the less motivated that same student might feel to try very hard in the class. So, you know, if material is too easy, if it's too difficult, but it's too difficult to talk to somebody else in the class about it or to reach the professor, I might start to feel like, ugh, not so motivated to do well in the class. Or I might just give up. Students do. So technology has helped us in many ways, obviously, to teach better, to teach more creatively. Has also helped students to learn how to cheat more creatively, sadly. And that's an issue with technology. There are lots of creative ways that students can use technology to cheat on their course assignments. There are thus technologies that have been developed that help the teacher to catch the student cheating, etc., on the course assignments. I try, from my own perspective, to encourage students not to cheat in the first place. We'll look at that in a minute, how I can do that. Some students are going to cheat. So, I mean, there are these tools at our disposal. We can use them. I don't really like to play that game with my students. I prefer to, again, and I think this gets into the character development, I prefer to help them to not want to cheat. Yeah, I think that works better than, you know, trying to, in a way, trying to be their enemy and sneak around and try to catch them doing things. I don't feel like that's so productive. So with that in mind, let's look at how we use technology, what our digital teaching configurations look like here. So on our campus, we've got these 4 big instructional configurations where we're using technology. Most classes now, since the pandemic is, I think, maybe done, hopefully, most classes are being taught face-to-face, so on campus, and we are using digital tools within those classrooms. So that can be as simple as a computer and a projector, might be I'm showing a video, playing an audio, something like that. We have the hybrid configuration. There are 2 kinds of hybrid configurations, one in which we all meet face-to-face part of the time and we all meet online part of the time. And the other configuration would have some students in the face-to-face classroom at the same time as some students are logging in from home. So there's a camera in the classroom and students are, some of them are there and some of them are there. And I don't particularly like that last configuration. It's a lot of work to keep track of who's where in the classroom, but some students and some teaching faculty really do like that one. So it's there, it's available. And then you have your online configurations, 100% online with synchronous meetings. So we're all meeting at least twice a week in some web conferencing application, or 100% online asynchronous, where really the students they have to kind of police themselves, as it were. They have to be extremely well motivated to do well in those classes. And if you look kind of at this list, the further down the list you go, the more technology is used in that class's instruction, and the more you risk student isolation. So with those online asynchronous courses, which can be great, don't get me wrong, I think they can be great for a certain set of students in a certain set of subject areas. But as I said, students who are not really motivated tend to do poorly in those courses. And part of that may well be that sense of isolation, right? So I don't have anybody to talk to about what's happening in this class. I rarely get to talk to the professor. We do have to meet with the professor occasionally, but even that, it's not really enough to feel like you're, really in a class. And those are popular. So when registration opens up for any given semester, any course that is offered that is 100% online and asynchronous is going to fill up very quickly. Students want to be in those classes until they're in those classes. Those classes also have the highest failure rates. Students really have a hard time with them. They think, oh, that's great for my schedule, but it's not so great in terms of being able to get the work done. So how can we fit this into the question of character development? And I took these Nakona's principles for effective character development, and I kind of adapted them a bit for my teaching with technology, and found that, yeah, there are more of them than I have listed here, but these ones really work with the technology-driven classroom. And they're pretty straightforward. And I think that they really help to shore up that question of helping students to want to learn, to be motivated to do well. And so number one is that the values of the classroom, whatever those are, those core ethical values of the classroom, are clearly defined and clearly modeled, right? So not just by the instructor, but also by students in, whatever the classroom behavior is. And that can be as simple as, raising your hand to ask a question, or, if you're working in an online classroom, hitting the right key to make the little hand go up to ask a question in there. Very straightforward, but that it is outlined clearly. This is how we in the classroom, not just the teacher, but all of us, expect you to act. Be proactive if you can see something is not working, or these students don't seem to be engaging with the material. Do something about it as quickly as you can. And that can mean just changing the way you deliver the material, throwing in some more online interaction or in-class interaction. That helps you to create a community. This is so important, and there's lots and lots of research that shows that if students feel they are part of something within that class, they're much more likely to want to do well. Yeah, and students who want to do well tend to do well. They tend to try harder. They tend to produce better work. Your curriculum should respect everybody, and I'm taking that also as your materials should be accessible to everybody. So if you're teaching online, make sure that, for example, all of the materials that you provide for your students are accessible, right? So they can be read by a screen reader, for example, or if it's video, that you have accurate closed captioning, anything like that. And again, self-motivation, encourage those students to do well, encourage them to ask questions, and then to be curious and to, we'll talk about this again a little bit more in a minute, but to kind of not develop their own curriculum, but kind of to approach the curriculum from the point of view of their own interests. And I will define that a little bit in a minute. So that leads me to my big three. So these are the big three points that can really help with encouraging my students. I call them my kids, to do well. So doesn't matter how my course is being taught, 100% online, 100% face-to-face, hybrid. Make sure that your expectations for your students are modeled early, modeled often, very clear, and discussed. So we look at what is going on in a course. We look at the syllabus, we look at the expectations on the very first day. We do exercises and scavenger hunts and a variety of activities that encourage students to interact with that syllabus so they know it very well as the semester goes on, or they're supposed to. We review it several times, but from day one, they should know what's happening in this course, what's expected of me in this course, what's everything worth, what do I need to do well in this course, okay? And in addition to, yeah, here's how you do well in the course, make sure students know what happens if you don't act the way we have all agreed we should act in this course. And be fair. Now, be fair and be equitable. Make sure your students, you're not treating anybody any differently. Students who don't do well on, assignment A because they didn't follow the directions, or maybe they cheated. Who knows? You have to treat everybody the same. So if you lose 5 points because this assignment is late, if I don't have a really good reason for having a late assignment, then I lose 5 points because my assignment was late. So we're trying to hold people to a standard, right? So how can technology help me to accomplish these factors that will help my students to do well and to become better learners? So technology allows me to be creative, and it allows me to consider who's in my class. It allows me to kind of vary the way I present material, and allows students to vary how they present material as well. So we all get a chance to kind of approach assignments, approach material in a way that is effective, hopefully, for everybody. And again, this variety is the spice of life. This way of presenting material can help the students to become more interested in a topic and can motivate them to want to learn more about a topic. So if I am able to present material so that students find it more engaging, so here's an interactive game, maybe we have an online game that we can play. Maybe we have a video that we can discuss in class. maybe we're playing Kahoot or using a phone-based quiz application. It helps, all of these things can help the students to become more engaged with the material and to want to see more of it, basically. And again, yeah, let your students be creative. So instead of saying, okay, you're going to write me this term paper and that's what you're going to do to get a good grade in this course, let the students decide. I would rather make a small film than write a paper. So I'm going to make a film. Maybe I'm going to do some kind of digital presentation, anything like that, that allows the student to say, I would like to work on this topic, and I would like to work on this topic in this way and present this material to you in this way. So if I give students an assignment and they are allowed to decide, yeah, I'm going to make a little video for this assignment, they're still going to have criteria that they will need to cover to do well with this assignment, but I'm letting them do it their way, right? So they're likelier to enjoy it. And the more they enjoy it, the likelier they are then to do well with it. So the more they can kind of determine how they earn their grades, the likelier they are to get good grades. And interaction, again, with technology, I like to have my students, my online students, meet outside of class. They can do that online, make recordings. They can do this assignment we were just talking about. They can work in a group to make their film and meet online, or each contribute some portion of the video, however they want to do it. All of that is something that technology can do, or are ways in which technology can help you to motivate your students to, put more effort into it, to develop what I'm going to call a happy, healthy curiosity about the material that you're teaching. And I always have my little caveat at the end. Okay, it's not a panacea, right? Technology is not the answer to all of your questions. You're always going to have students who they are in your class because they have to take your class. It's not that they're particularly interested in your class. It's something they need for their degree, or, there's a component of their program and your class is the one that fits their schedule. Wasn't a class they would have chosen for themselves. The best you can do in a case like that is, again, try to keep them as engaged as you can possibly keep them. But ultimately, if they are not motivated, I mean, you can't get blood from a stone, as the saying goes, if they're not going to engage with the material. I don't care whether they pass the class. Sometimes you just have to let go. And it's always disappointing when that happens, but it happens. And be fair to yourselves as well. It happens. But always be willing to discuss with your students how you can help them. Yeah, what can we do? How can we, in this case, use technology to help get you more motivated, to help get you more interested? But listen to your students and see, if I don't want to approach this particular assignment this way, maybe there's something else we can do with it. If I hate talking on camera, okay, maybe we can work something out so that you can only have your camera on when you're working in a small group online or something like that. So just to try and get that motivation in there, try to get them, again, more engaged. All right, so there's kind of your summary. So we can use technology to increase that confidence in our students, and increasing that confidence in them and in their abilities can really help them to become more motivated. And I'm using that motivation as key. That's a key to their character development, because when a student is motivated, a student is going to try. And that's important. It's so character development is not just, not cheating on your test. Maybe you just produce assignments that discourage cheating just by virtue of the fact that there's no reason to cheat. If I've given my students an assignment and they all get together and go make a video or present on something that is of interest to them, or pretend to be giving the evening news, or, whatever it is for whatever subject area you're working in. Students just hopefully, they can't really cheat on an assignment like that, but they can still, they could still do a terrible job with it, but at least it's theirs, right? They have not cheated on it. Hopefully they're motivated. Hopefully they're curious. Hopefully they're saying, I enjoy this. I maybe like this subject. I maybe like to learn. I want to know more. Those are all important in terms of character development for your students. So using technology in these ways, I find, or have found, now that I've actually started to look at it from that perspective, really can, in fact, be an important component of a student's character development, of a student's character education. And so that's what I thought was so fascinating about this topic. It's like, yeah, I just sort of have been using technology, and I'm teaching my classes, and I'm being creative with it, and I'm allowing my students to be creative with it, and we're all having fun using technology to teach/learn about a certain topic. But part of that is, yeah, those students are also learning to learn. They're growing curious. They're looking into topics in more detail, and they're becoming wiser, and they're becoming better at critical thinking. And that's all part of their character development. That's all part of the technology that we've been incorporating into the classroom instruction. And I thought, this is fascinating. And yeah, I guess I just kind of wanted to share with you my excitement at learning about character development from that perspective as well. This was, again, a learning experience for me that I wanted to share with you. And that's really, I think that's about it. Yeah. So, and I think I actually probably hit half an hour pretty well. So now, if anybody has questions, I'm ready to talk about things with you. I'm going to unshare my screen. Yeah.
Okay, that's the presentation by Professor Jessamine Cooke-Plagwitz. And I'd like to open the floor for questions. Every question will be answered directly by the speaker. Please ask a question. Hello. In this session, there will be 1 or 2 questions. Is there any question? Well, if there is no question from the audience.
Sorry, Miss Israel, in chat box,
yeah.
there is a question.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
On the chat box. Thank you. From Patandianan, yeah. On chat box.
Okay.
Okay, the question from Patandianan.
Okay, so I'll read the question. Every student has a different character. Whether in the application of technology, teachers must analyze the character of students before using instructional media, especially technology. So, I mean, yes, no, maybe. It's depending on who your students are. It would be difficult with a really big class, for example, to analyze everybody. But what we often do at the beginning of the semester is kind of introduce ourselves and what are you interested in, and what kind of music do you like, things like that. Now, this is something that's kind of easy to do with a language class because the students have to do that in German and it's part of the learning experience. But what we do then, or what I do with that information, is then kind of incorporate it or try to incorporate it into how I teach as we go through. So if they're all interested in a certain kind of music, for example, I'm going to try to incorporate that in there. So maybe I'll incorporate some German songs into my teaching. It's not necessarily the band that they're talking about, but still it's the type of music that they're interested in. So something like that. Or lately, all of my students are really into anime. So I'll incorporate some anime into what we're doing in class, things like that. Just again, so that A, they know I'm listening, but B, they get kind of their most, how can I put it? Their sort of favorite characters, their favorite topics are part of what they're learning. That tends to help at least get their attention.
Okay. Any more question?
One more questions from Ibu Normalia.
Ibu Normalia?
Yes, on chat box. Please.
In the chat?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
The question from Ibu Normalia that how do you deal with creating in your class if there is any about based on your experience?
So I fortunately haven't run into a lot of cheating in my class because I don't tend to use a lot of I guess traditional tests. So one thing that I can do, for example, with an online class, it's really not an issue at all. They don't have tests. I do review what they read. I do put their papers. So for example, if they've written a paper, I will put that through Safe Assign just to see, is everything fine? Did the system pick out some potential plagiarism? Usually it's pretty good. But in my classroom, I tend to try to give students assignments that would be hard to cheat on. So an open book assignment, or again, something where they have to do an in-class presentation or an online presentation, things that would be, you can't look over your neighbor's shoulder to see what they're doing. It's not the same kind of situation that would encourage cheating. And again, the more choice I find that they have in the nature of their assignment and how they approach their assignments, the less likely they are to cheat. Now, that said, the university has very specific rules about cheating. So if I caught somebody, I would have to go with those rules and, report any bad behavior to the appropriate university authorities. I'm just hoping that I never have to deal with that because it sounds like a nightmare. But yeah, knock wood, so far, I haven't had it.
Okay. Well, thank you. One more question. Because we are in the limited time. Well,
pretty good.
Oh, well,
no more.
By the end of the answer of the two questions, the second questions, let me draw a conclusion from our session today. That is education's role in character development. That we can get some information that how education to be the fundamental in developing our students' social, emotional, and characteral skills, and how technology make us, we as teachers and students, to be curious. And you cannot deny that a good educational environment helps students to develop ethically based critical thinking skills. And the next is technology can improve teaching and learning for teachers and students. You can use technology tools in the face-to-face classroom, such as there are many principles of effective character development. The first one is be proactive, create a community, and create a curriculum that respect all students. And we have to encourage students' self-motivation. Those are the conclusion from our session today. And I would like to thank Professor Jessamine Cooke-Plagwitz for very contributive teaching. And thank you very much to the audience for attending this session. I'm Yisra Nani Salata. Goodbye. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Yisra Nani Salata, M.Pd, as moderator for the first keynote speaker, and special thanks for Prof. Jessamine Cooke-Plagwitz, Ph.D, as our first keynote speaker. Let's give applause for them. Okay, the second keynote speaker is Mr. James Cohen, Ph.D, and I invite Dr. Victor Siumarlata, M.Pd, as our great moderator for the second keynote speaker. Time is yours, sir.
Hello, yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank the host for the time given to me. I'm Victor Siumarlata. I'm going to be the moderator for this session. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second session of Toraja International Conference on Education and Science. I would like to greet our keynote speaker today, Professor James Cohen, Ph.D. Good evening, Professor James Cohen.
Good evening, or good morning.
Good morning here in Indonesia. Well, our speaker today is Professor James Cohen, Ph.D. He is an associate professor of ESL, bilingual education, in Northern Illinois University. He prepares teachers how to work with immigrant students in America classroom. Dr. Cohen has published over 2 dozen articles and book chapters and is the recipient of several teaching awards. He has been teaching for 32 years, 14 years at the university level. He has had the fortune of teaching in 9 different countries and has traveled to 39 countries. He visited Solo this past summer for 3 weeks, where he worked for teachers at Pradita Secondary School. He will be returning to Pradita this coming summer in June and July. Well, ladies and gentlemen, today Professor James Cohen, PhD, will be talking about engaging students in the classroom. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 45 minutes for this session, and I'll give 30 minutes at max for Professor James Cohen to present the topics, and the rest of the time will be used for questions and answers. I'd like to invite Professor James Cohen to present the topic. Professor, time is yours.
Well, hello there, everybody. It's very nice to see you all. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Can you hear me okay? Okay. Can I have I'm going to share my screen. Is that all right?
Yeah, okay. That's it.
All right. Do you see? Okay. So just out of curiosity, do you see just one screen or do you see many different pictures? Do you see one picture or do you see 2 pictures? Just out of curiosity.
Just one.
Just one picture.
Just one. Great. Okay. Perfect. Okay. So, well, thank you very much for the introduction. I'm very excited to be here today to speak with you all. So, as the introduction stated, to me, teaching is my passion. I love teaching. I've been teaching for 32 years, and I've had the fortune and the opportunity to teach in 9 different countries. And so what I thought I would do for today is just give you some ideas of what I've learned over the many years of my teaching. And you could take from it what you will. Probably much of what I will tell you is review, because when all of you were studying to become teachers, you probably learned all these things already. So but there's nothing wrong with reviewing what you've already learned. So let's see here. Let's go to the next. Oops, went too fast. All right. So who am I? Something that I learned very quickly in my travels and my teaching in other countries is the students always wanted to know who I am. And so, I'm not just this guy in the ivory tower, as they call academia. I'm a human being too. I'm married to, you see a picture of my family. My wife is there. My daughter, 17 years old, is there. I've been married now for 22 years. My wife is from Colombia, South America. And what I research is undocumented immigrants. The United States is a country of many immigrants. And so when people come to the United States, either they overstay their visa or they come to the United States without documentation, they're considered undocumented. So there's about 12 million undocumented immigrants in the United States, and that's the population I research. So, and just like Jessamine, the previous speaker, she and I both teach at Northern Illinois University, which is about an hour and a half west of Chicago. All right. So what I want to do today is talk about 9 principles, just 9 ideas that I came up with that are actually supported very much by the research. But nine principles that I think would make all of us better teachers. The first one, you have to get to know your students. If you don't know your students, there's no way that you can teach them. And how do you get to know your students? Well, there are plenty of different ways. One way is something called an autobio poem, which I'll go over. Another way is fill in the boxes, which I will also go over. And another one is called dialogue journals. And I'll give you an example of all of those. But the research is very clear. When you work with students, any students, so for example, in the textbooks, when we teach, so I teach teachers how to work with immigrant students, right? And when in every single textbook, every one, the very first concept they always talk about, the authors always talk about, you have to get to know the students. And the purpose is because if you don't know who they are, you can't teach them. You don't know what their strengths are, where they need work on, you just can't teach them. So one way of finding out and learning and creating that relationship with the students is called the autobio poem. Now, I've been doing the autobio poem for literally 31 years. When I taught in Sri Lanka 31 years ago, I was there for 2.5 years. This is something I did with all my students, and it worked marvelously then, and it still works wonderfully now. Basically, it's very structured, and it's very easy, and it's a great way to get to know your students. You put your first name. So your first name, all right, James. 4 descriptive traits. Well, I'm short, I'm balding, I'm a man, or no, I say I'm a husband, and I'm I don't know, fun to be around. So I have 4 descriptive traits. Sibling of Marcy, Corinne, and Stephen. Those are my brother and sisters. Enjoys swimming, reading, traveling. Who feels super excited to be talking with you right now. Who needs lots of food. If you could tell, I like to eat a lot. So, and who gives his all to his students. Who fears global warming and the war going on in Russia and Ukraine right now, and who would like to see world peace and no more global warming. Resident of DeKalb, Illinois, and my last name would be Cohen. So what I would do is I would fill that out, I would take it, and I would share it with other students. So if I'm a student, I fill it out, I share it with other students, and we walk back, and we're out of our chairs, and we're walking and introducing ourselves to each other, and with the teacher as well. All right. So second one, this is an example of the find someone who activity. And what I would do is I would put this on a piece of paper and hand one piece of paper out to all the students. And at the beginning, I talked for about 2 minutes to make sure all the students understood everything. And then you have the students spend the rest of the time of the class going and filling out, so you go up to, let's see, I'm looking at the name Teresa, all right? So Teresa is in front of me here. So I say, Teresa, do you like to swim? And she says no. or he says no. I said, okay, do you like to run? He says, yes. So I say, okay, I write down Teresa's name under running. Do you like to eat cake? Yeah, I ask another student, do you like it? And I put their names down. And this is a great way for the students to, one, to practice their English, but two, to get to know each other. The dialogue journal is, to me, one of the most amazing things anybody can do with their students. And this is how I get to know my students. So, for example, the very first day of class, I put on the board a writing prompt. And the students will respond to that prompt. Now, I'm not looking for grammar, punctuation, spelling. I'm not looking for anything like that. All I'm looking for is for them to communicate, to have a dialogue, a conversation on paper with me. Now, when they turn the dialogue journal should be like a little workbook, and they turn it into me. I then read it and respond. I do not correct anything. All I do is respond to what they did, what they said. And the purpose is I have to give up a little bit of myself in the journal too. So let's say they say, I've been to, my favorite place to go is Jakarta. Like, okay. And they explain why. I say, oh yes, I love going to Jakarta too, especially that one mall with all the batiks and all the Indonesian things you can purchase. We're right next to the street food. You know, there's a busy part of Jakarta. And so I say, I went to Jakarta too. I love Jakarta too. And I explain why. So the point is, I'm giving up something of myself in addition to learning about them. And then like every dialogue, every conversation, you end it with some questions. So to continue the conversation on paper. You do this once or twice a week, back and forth, and eventually you will really get to know your students. It's really quite phenomenal. All right, principle number 2. The less the teacher speaks, the better. So as an example, I've sat in many classrooms where the teacher stands up there and talks for 40 minutes out of the 50 minutes. I'm pulling my hair out, you know, I'm bored out of my mind. I'm like, oh, stop talking already. Your job as a teacher, especially a language teacher, if that's what you are, your job is not to talk. Your job is to set up the environment and let the kids talk. Let the students talk. Let the students engage. So if you want to teach a grammar point, if you want to teach anything, that should be a maximum 10 minutes, maximum. Then let them speak for the rest of the hour. If it's a 50-minute classroom, let the students spend 40 minutes talking and you could talk for 10 minutes. And then they're doing their thing. The point is, in order to learn a language, they need to use it. You already know English. You already know the language. They don't. So let them work on it. Let them practice. And you stop talking. It's so much, I don't know. To me, it's logical, right? The more the students speak, the better. So here's an example. Now, I truly believe that when students are sitting at a desk, that desk acts like a shield. The shield is protecting the students from you and from everybody else. So I always get the students to get out of their chairs. Always. They're talking, they're interacting, they're engaging with each other. One way of doing this is, let's say you're teaching prepositions of location, right? These are easy. In front of, behind, in the middle of, to the left of, to the right of. Well, see the 4 people in the picture? So the girl in the yellow is to the left of the boy in the gray. The boy in the gray is to the left of the girl in the pink. The girl in the pink is to the left of the guy in the blue. So you can say, so me looking at them, I can say that, but then I ask them, all right, girl in yellow, where are you? I am to the right of the guy in gray. All right, guy in gray, where are you? I'm to the left of the girl in yellow and to the right of the girl in pink, right? So they're using themselves as the points, and they're using the prepositions of location. 1, they're out of their chairs. 2, they're using the prepositions in a correct way. 3, you have the prepositions on the chalkboard so that they can see it and they don't have to worry about losing face. It's all right there. All right, scaffolding. We all know what scaffolding is, but I'm going to give you an example. When I was studying Spanish in Mexico, and many years ago, and I went to this Spanish institute where I was studying Spanish, and the teacher gave us a video to watch. All right, so I sat and watched the video, and I understood nothing that the people were saying online on the video. I understood nothing. The reason is because she did not scaffold. She did not introduce. She did not do anything to prepare me to watch that video. So I'll give you an example of one way you can set up the students to be successful. This is a picture of a classroom, right? You see the desks. Imagine, so what you would want to do is on the floor, you can take tape and you put tape on the floor or just chalk. You write on the board, on the floor, this is Scott Street. Like right, can you see my cursor? Can you see my cursor moving? Yeah?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so right here is Scott Street. Right here is Jessamine Drive. Right here is James Avenue. And then here in between are also, you take your students' names and you put the students' names on the floor. And then on the board you write, walk 1 block. Each desk is a block, a street block. So you say, walk 1 block, turn left onto, turn right onto, walk 3 blocks, walk 2 blocks, walk 1 block, these kinds of things. And then you have 2 people, one in front of the other, and the person behind is giving directions to the person in front. So right now I could see Victor on the TV, online right here. So I'll say, okay, Victor, you're standing in front of me. And I would tell Victor, okay, Victor, walk 2 blocks. So you're on this street here. So you go 1, 2, turn left onto Sarah Street. So then I go, okay, I turn left and walk 3 blocks. 1, 2, 3. Turn left onto Jones Street and go 1 block, right? So what I'm doing is I'm giving the person in front of me directions. And what makes this a fun activity is all the time I have the directions written on the board. Because the second I take the directions down, like turn left onto, turn right onto, walk, all those instructions. The second I take those instructions down, it becomes a test. You don't want to test them. You want to teach them. You want to give them practice. So keep it on the board. That's scaffolding. When you keep the information on the board, that's considered scaffolding and not testing. Later, after they practice, then you can take it off and give them a test by having them walk and do the activity. Not a handwritten test, but an actual walking test where they're following and giving directions. All right, so remember I told you about that story? I was watching a video and I didn't understand anything because they didn't scaffold anything. Well, they didn't front load anything either. They didn't do anything for me. All I did was sit there and watch this video. So you want, like I said in this past slide, you remember you want to teach, not test. Sometimes we go test crazy. Test everything. It's like, no. You're not there to test. You're there to teach. So when you show a video of any sort, you want to front load the video, the vocabulary. And you want to tell them what they're going to be watching so that it's contextualized and it's easy for them to understand. Yes, they're there to enjoy the video, but they're there to learn the language and understand the video. That's what they're there for. So remember to teach, not test. Okay, so all good readers do three things. They make text to self, text to text, and text to world connections. I do not have a picture book with me right now, so I'm going to tell you a story. And I want you, if I were there in front of you, I would be having you respond to me. But when I'm telling you this, I'm going to tell you a story, and I want you to be thinking about a connection, any kind of connection that you can make to the story that I'm about to tell you. So remember, I was living in Sri Lanka. This was 30-something years ago, 1991. So 33 years ago. Is that right? No, 31 years ago. 31 years ago. And one day I was lying on my bed reading a book. And all of a sudden I hear this noise, a plop noise. And I had no idea what it was. But at that time in my life, whenever I always had a dictionary next to me because I wanted to improve my vocabulary. So I came to a word I didn't know, and I leaned over my bed, and out from underneath my bed was a tail like this long. The tail was at least this long. And I started freaking out completely. I moved back to the wall on my bed, and I stood there and I went, oh my God, what is this thing? I said, okay, calm down, James, calm down. And I said, on 3, you're going to jump off the bed. So on 3, 1, 2, 3, I flew. Superman had nothing on me. Man, I flew off that bed. I didn't jump, I flew. I ran out of the room. And then I'm looking under the bed, and that is what I saw underneath my bed. A monitor lizard, a kimono dragon, you know, the kind that you see in for the island of Java. A baby one of these things was underneath my bed. I was completely just like, we don't have these things in the United States. I didn't even know what it was. I had no idea. So I ran and I went to my host mom. I was living with a family. And I went to my host mom and I said, and I started yelling, Auntie, enda, loko satu kinawa, loko satu kinawa. So it means like there's a big animal living here. I was yelling in Sinhala. So she comes over and she looks under the bed and she starts screaming. I'm like, if she's screaming, I need to be screaming. So both of us were crazy, right? So then there was a little 16-year-old girl who was living behind our house, in another house behind us. She ran, and my host mom, went in the backyard, got this girl, and the girl came with a broom. And she came with a broom, and she started hitting the lizard to get it out from underneath my bed. And I'm standing in the doorway, and I'm thinking, wait a second. The lizard has no place to go. I'm standing in the doorway. She's going to push the lizard right at me. I got to move. So I go and I jump on a chair. My host mom jumps on a chair. And all of a sudden, boom, the lizard runs. And the lizard is running around our living room hallway, our living room, the living room. And I'm standing on this chair and I'm like, this is unbelievable. I can't believe this lizard is running around. This is not true. This can't be real. So I didn't want it to go back into my room. So in Sri Lanka, they have a sheet that hangs down from the door. So you can open up the door and the sheet will allow the air to flow in, but you still get your privacy. So I jumped down, I was trying to get the sheet over the door so I could close it. But because I'm short, I couldn't get it over. So then I had to jump back on the chair again because the lizard came around and was still running in circles. So after it passed me, I jumped down again. I was able to jump over and get the sheet over my door, close the door, jump back on the chair again. So now the lizard is standing there, doesn't know what to do. Even a lizard gets tired from running in circles. Then he turns around and he sees a door at the end of the hallway. And because before he was just passing it and he didn't see it. So then once he turned around, he saw, oh, there's a light. There's a door right there that was open. But right in front of the door was the dog. We had this big black dog that used to fight with all the neighbor dogs every night. He would come home bloodied and scratched and every night. And so now you have the dog and the lizard looking at each other. And the dog starts going, arr, 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 like this, right? The lizard starts going right at the dog. The dog jumps straight up. The dog goes straight up. The lizard goes underneath him, out the back door, and the dog falls back down. I was laughing so hard. All right, so that's my Sri Lankan land monitor lizard story. Now, with that story, if I were sitting or standing in front of all of you right now, what I would have you do is write down your connection, what connection you made with my story. I give you 3 or 4 minutes to write that down. Then I would have you share that story with the person sitting next to you. And then that person shares with you. Afterwards, then I say, okay, does anybody in the room, would anyone like to share with me and the rest of us your connection? What that's called is think, pair, share. When I work with teachers in the United States, I do a lot of work with teachers here in different schools. They always say, well, English learners, the immigrant students, they never talk in my class. Well, yeah, they never talk because are you giving them practice? They've thought about it. They wrote down their connection. That's 2 practices. 3, they practice sharing it with a partner. And then 4, they feel much more confident to share with the class because they've already practiced 3 times. So this is one thing of like providing practice before any kind of test or performance. Okay, So how are you viewing your students? Now, no student is going to want to perform or be in your classroom if you are looking at them from what's called a deficit model. So let me explain this first. When I work with high school teachers, they always say, I'm a math teacher. They're so concerned about the content. I'm a math teacher, I'm a science teacher, I'm a social studies teacher, I'm an English teacher. When I work with elementary age, primary school teachers, they're all about the pedagogy, the didactics, the strategies. What kind of strategies can you give me so I can work with my kids tomorrow morning? What both of them are missing is the idea of perspective. Now, what is perspective? How are you viewing your students? This is so key. We have something called strengths model or funds of knowledge or asset perspective. And we also have deficit model. The deficit model is when the example of deficit model is you can't do math and you will never do math. My thinking, the teacher thinking about the student. I don't believe that you'll ever be able to do math. Strengths model or funds of knowledge is the idea of you can't do math yet. That's the strengths model. You can't do math yet, but I believe that you will be able to in the future. Now, funds of knowledge and strengths model are very similar in that you want to take what the students know and tap into that. So let's say you're talking about math. Let's say a student's father is a mechanic. Mechanics are geniuses with math. They know fractions like a 1/4, 1/8, 1/6, all these fractions, they're geniuses with fractions. Have them come into the classroom and talk about fractions with their students. Why fractions are necessary. What's bigger, what's smaller, how to use them. Can you imagine what that will do to the student? The student would be like, that's my dad talking about math, right? How smart he is. So tapping into students' funds of knowledge is absolutely key. Replacing judgment with curiosity. It's more on the side. So let me give you a story. The human mind likes to judge. We are very judgmental human people. We are just, all of us judge. It's natural for us to judge. And because we are very tribal. When we're born, we're born with the ability to discriminate between what is a threat and what is a non-threat. So when I was teaching this concept of replacing judgment with curiosity once in the Chicago public schools. And a teacher raised her hand and said, Dr. Cohen, can I tell you a story? I said, sure. So she says, one year, I had a student who was coming late to class every day for 2 weeks. She wasn't doing her homework. She wasn't engaged in the classroom activities. And I had it up to here. I was so over this. I didn't want to see this anymore. And Monday morning came by and the teacher went right after the student and said, I've had enough. And she was pointing her finger. I've had enough of you being late. I don't want you to be late anymore. I'm tired of you being, you're not participating in classroom activities anymore at all. You're not doing your homework. I've had enough. No more. And the student went like this. She raised her arms like this and said, I'm sorry, miss. I'll come to class on time from now on. I won't be late anymore. I'll do my homework. I just want to let you know that the reason I've been coming late is because my mom was in the hospital. And because my mom, and also my mom died 2 days ago. So here she was on Saturday. So here she is, the daughter, taking care of her siblings to get them ready to go to school each morning because the mom was in the hospital and the dad was visiting the mom. So she was being super responsible, but the teacher didn't know that. Instead of going up to the students and saying, "Is everything okay? I've noticed that you haven't been coming to class on time." Instead of doing that and inquiring, she immediately judged. So of course the teacher cried and hugged the student and apologized. But the point is, all of that anger, all of that ire, all of that emotion could have been bypassed if all she did was ask, "Is everything okay with the student?" So what you see is not always reality. I asked the teacher, "What were you thinking? What were you envisioning? What story were you creating in your head?" And the teacher said, "I thought she was getting pregnant and dropping out of school. I thought she was going to drop out of school and become another statistic." I said, "But you know that she was a good student." "Yes, doesn't matter. I just thought that she was dropping out of school." None of what she thought was correct. She created a whole story in her head that had zero proof, zero facts to it. And she made the student feel awful, worse than what she was already experiencing. So actions by themselves do not have meaning. It is the story we place on actions that has meaning. My last principle for today is everyone is worthy of an education. Now, this goes back to the other principle where I said you need to view your students from a strengths model. No matter how poor or how wealthy a student is, no matter how disabled, no matter how anything, physically or mentally, emotionally disabled a student is, it doesn't matter. Everybody is worthy of an education. And if we can get that into our heads, then we are being a good teacher and students will want to learn from us. But if we don't get that into our heads, students are not going to want to learn from us. And I think that's about 36 minutes. So I think that's what I have for you today.
Yeah, that's it, bro.
So anyone have any questions?
All right, thank you very much, Professor James Cohen, for the presentation. Now I would like to open the floor for questions, but because we have very limited time, perhaps we have 1 or 2 questions. So. One, as it was informed in the chat box, the participants, the audience can ask questions through chat box. Well, for time being, because there is no questions for the audience, one questions for Professor Cohen that, well, if, for example, I have been teaching for my class this semester for a couple of weeks, but I do not know my students yet, as you explained just now. Do I have to go back to the beginning to know my students as you explained? Or what do you think?
How many students do you have?
More than 20 students for one class.
Yeah, I would recommend, what I recommend you do is put name tents. Do you know what a name tent is?
Yes.
It's a little piece of paper that looks like this. And on one side, you put their names.
Oh,
and you put it, so at least you know their names. And so then the simple act of calling on them, using their names, it has a psychological effect on the students. It makes them feel more accountable because you know their name.
Yes.
You don't have to do these activities that I told you, but I highly recommend that you get to know your students. And I know all of my students' names, and I have 55 students this semester. I know all of my students' names.
Wow, that's great. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you very much.
And some semesters I have 90 students, and I know all of their names when I have 90.
Wow.
So it's very important.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, because we are running out of time, and it seems that time is over, and there is no questions for the audience. Before I close this session, I would like to draw a very short conclusion that knowing our students is the key to teach them successfully. That's the conclusion I can draw. Thank you very much, Professor James Cohen, Ph.D. And thank you very much to the audience. I'm Victor Sumalata. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Have a wonderful day.
Okay, wow, great. Our second keynote speaker will done to present their material. Thank you once again for Mr. James Cohen, PhD, and our great moderator, Dr. Victor Sumarlata, M.Pd. Thank you. We move to the third keynote speaker from Toraja Christian University of Indonesia. And I invite our great moderator, Mr. Johannes Padalingan, M.Pd. Time is yours. Mr. Anis? Time is yours. Mr. Anis, we cannot hear your voice. Okay, we are waiting for a minute.
Hello. Good morning, everyone.
Yes.
Okay. Is my voice heard? It's okay?
It's okay. Please.
Okay, thank you, Miss Silvani. Well, good morning, everyone. I am Anis Padalingan, and I will be your moderator. Our next speaker is Dr. Susanna Vonny, S.T. M.Pd. She is a lecturer at Christian University of Indonesia, Toraja, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Elementary School Education. And ladies and gentlemen, if you have many questions, please write in on the chat box. Thank you. And for the next 45 minutes, Dr. Susanna Vonny will be present the topic, and the time is yours. Sudah. Ya. Oke.
Okay.
Suara.
Thank you, Mr. Asif Padakinan. Good morning, I'm to all of you. Thank you for the opportunity to join this prestigious conference. And today, I will give a presentation about training the character of students for science learning in the digital era. Character is an unfamiliar topic for about the line is there, the line is Ghofur.
Di HP iya, di HP. Di HP iya.
Yes.
The declaration is not the calculation, but based on the fact the personality. It is one of the characteristics of the nation human character. To experience Kristen and his father away from the ideals of the nation in recent years. Many species come from the various dimensions and describe the president. The other training is from continuing in the future. It is basic capital in the context. Mental refers to emotional mental or other description. What is
Iya, orang.
the realm of digital citizenship. Tes. Since our children today are the millennial generation, where their access and interaction is also greatly influenced by socializing in the virtual world. Digital era in which the millennial generation lives is characterized by, number one, technological advance that allow people to have easier and quicker access and disseminate information to various parts of the world. Number two, a world without limits or borderless. Number three, the capacity of computers and internet networks that allow people to witness directly and even that happens in another part of the world or real time. Number four, there has been a change in the world view about politics, economy, social, including in the world of education. Cases in the digital interaction experienced by our millennial generation leave a lot of homework that requires a touch for change. Cases of bullying, hoax, pornography, political issue, and Sarah seem to always be hot things to talk about. The reaction of the digital community is diverse. Some are still wise and calm. but not a few so anger and full of hatred. Isn't this worrying? Then there is a big challenge for the world of our education. If we want to build character by paying attention to the digital, if we want to touch the digital realm in building character, can be start by introducing digital literacy or the ability to find, evaluate, utilize, share, and create content using information technology and the internet. Based on this understanding, children and academic staff need to have both cognitive and technical skill. Digital literacy also needs to be integrated with effective aspects. First, digital literacy is programmed first in the school curriculum structure. For example, in 1 week, 1 day is taken specially for digital literacy. The other days I used to read non-lesson books. Second, the delivery of systematic and structured digital literacy materials. Digital literacy materials can be started by behaving wisely in the use of social media, recognizing hoax news, accessing the healthy internet, cybercrime, and others. Third, the digital literacy campaign can be done through cooperation with creative communities and education-based community organizations that can spread ideas, improve skill, and execute a massive movement to be smart on social media. Fourth, exemplary behavior of teacher when interacting in virtual world. Next, I will discuss how science learning in the digital era is able to build student character. It is expected education can change the negative mentality of this nation through the education subsystem, namely science learning. Through science learning, students can to understand natural phenomena and develop several behaviors. Through science learning, students can improve their ways of thinking and based on factual condition. According to Karen and Sang, nature science has 4 main elements of commonly called the nature of science, namely, first, nature science as an attitude that brings out a sense of curiosity, honesty, as well as cause and effect relationship. Second, nature science as a process, which is the extent of problem solving, including systematic scientific method that are shown through scientific work. Third, nature science as a product, which is the form of fact, principle, theories, and laws. Fourth, nature science as an application, which is the application of science method and concept in everyday life. In the learning process, these four elements are expected to appear so students can experience learning process as a whole and can understand natural phenomena through science activity that apply scientific methods. Therefore, nature science is often acquired with the way of thinking, which can also be expanded into the way of character building. The science learning process focus of process of research and problem solving. Science learning is not just the subject matter that is had when the teacher said it, forgotten when the teacher finished teaching, and only remember when entering the revision period on when the exam comes. Currently, the new challenge for the teacher are also getting bigger and more complex. Therefore, some strategy roles of teacher in teaching science in the digital era that can be considered, and for this approach using learning strategy of predict, observe, explain, or POE. Things that a teacher should pay attention to are teaching abstract concept to students with the prediction stage. A teacher must ensure that students have understood the basic concept of a science they are learning. By mastering the concept of practice, students will understand the benefit of science in the short term and long term. In order for a student to master the basic concept of a field of science, a teacher can teach abstract concept. The stake in learning are as follow. Prediction. In this part, the teacher needs to ask students to independently write their prediction about what will happen and ask what they think and what they see in the video and why. In this see in the video and why. In this part, the teacher need to ask the student to change or add to the student explanation according to their observation. And after the student commit to their explanation, discuss their ideas throughout a class discussion. At this stage, Students are also given to opportunity to watch a video, or if it not clear, they are given the opportunity to search through Google for the material learned to increase their insight or understanding. As for the character of the student who are cultivated in this state, they are honest, discipline, curiosity, responsibility, creative, independent, hardworking, fond of reading. Here is a picture of student while listening to teacher explanation about the theory or concept being learned by watching the learning video. This slide shows a picture of students having a discussion through to predict what the have observed in the teacher explanation or in the learning video. Observe. Inviting a student to learn creatively by observing and practicing. The next role of teachers in this digital era is giving lessons that enable student go to learn actively. Thus, they do the only master the concept of theory, but also master the practice. Students can apply the knowledge gained to help the community in their environment. In this part, the teacher needs to distribute student worksheet so that a student can perform demonstration, give time to student to make observation, and ask student to write down what they observed in the picture or video show it. The characters that are cultivated in this state are honest, discipline, curiosity, responsibility, creative, independent, hardworking, fond of reading, caring for society, caring for environment, communicative, tolerance, and democratic. Here, some student activities in doing lab course. And here, they are having discussion while studying in the laboratorium. Next, the teacher also need to be smart and creative in the teaching active by doing the state of explaining correctly. Living in the digital age requires individuals to be multi-talent. A student will lose the competition when they only rely on their intelligence without mastering other important aspects. Here is the tense of the teacher role in education, which is not only to make students smart, but also to have high creativity. These two components, or intelligent and creative, are what students need in the digital era. Why? Because students who are less creative tend to experience problem in communication. Explain in this part, the teacher needs to ask the student to change or add to student explanation according to their observation. And after the student commit to their explanation, discuss their ideas in a classroom. After that, give the student the opportunity to present the precise and correct findings. The characters that cultivate in this state are honest, discipline, curiosity, responsibility, creative, independent, hardworking, fond of reading, social care, communicative, tolerance, democratic. Here is sound now, student. I pray to present the result of their observation by conveying the correct concept. That is the end of my presentation today. Thank you for your attention.
Wow, amazing. Dr. Susanna Vonny, ST M.Pd, and well, all participants, if you want us to Dr. Susanna Vonny, maybe you can raise hand.
Well, nothing.
Okay, to Dr. Susanna Vonny, maybe I have question for you. Okay, your presentation for good and amazing. Dr. Susanna Vonny, is my voice here? Oh, okay. In this strategy, suitable are to be applied in learning, maybe example to social science. Yes. And maybe I can in Indonesian language. Apakah strategi ini cocok juga digunakan di pembelajaran sosial seperti yang dijelaskan tadi bahwa itu cocok untuk strategi di bahasa. Oke. Dr. Susanna Vonny, is my voice heard? Okay, time is your.
Busuknya. Apa? Ah? Dah ada busuknya.
Mr. Anis. Mr. Anis, are you there?
Miss Judith, okay.
What was the question?
Wait. 1 minute, Miss Jude. 1 minute to Dr. Susanna Vonny will answer my question.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay.
There is a comment from Ibu Satman, yeah, on the chat box. Pak Anis.
Yeah. And the next Dr. Susanna Vonny will answer to. And the next Dr. Susanna Vonny is.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Anis Padalika. The strategy of credit officer explaining is suitable to apply for all programs.
Oh, okay. I see. Thank you, Dr. Susanna Vonny, for your answer for my question. And the next, time to finish. The people say thanks for Dr. Susanna Vonny. Your present, the topic is so good and amazing. And then I return to the host or master ceremony. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Anis, as our great moderator, and thank you for Dr. Susanna Vonny as our third keynote speaker. So maybe your presentation close because in our okay, thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Vonny. For the second speaker,
yes.
Maybe all participants can open the camera. Miss Susiteko, can you help me? Oh, Miss Ju?
Yes, Pak Anis.
Okay. Sorry to all participants. Participant, can you open your
open your
camera?
Okay, I will count it 3. 1, 2, 3. Next. 1, 2, 3.
Dr. Susanna Vonny?
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Back to the MC.
Okay, thank you. We will enter to the fourth keynote speaker for the session 1. And I invite Mr. Matthews Tandikomo M.Pd as our great moderator. Time is yours. Sorry, Mr. Matthews, your microphone. Please unmute. Okay, thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, it's
Please,
clear.
Mr. Mitchell.
Okay, thanks. All right, so thanks for the time given me, Ibu Silvani, as a Master of Ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all the participants. I am Matius Tandikompong and I'm going to moderate the next presenter, Dr. Abdul Ghofur. But Dr. Abdul Ghofur cannot join this seminar because he has another important agenda. Therefore, we are going to play his presentation video. Ladies and gentlemen, before playing the presentation video by Dr. Abdul Ghofur, let me tell you a little about his profile. Dr. Abdul Ghofur is an Associate Professor of Language Teaching at State Islamic Institute of Madura, Indonesia. As a senior lecturer in EIEN Madura, who teaches in Faculty of Education for about 18 years. He joins doctoral program at postgraduate of Surabaya University and language teaching, and he is also a Ph.D. student of Muhammadiyah Malang University in Politics and Social Science. He is also as editor-in-chief of in Okabara Journal of Language and Literature, Sinta 3, and as a reviewer in several journals in Indonesia. He is also active to write some books and articles of language teaching. He is an assessor of National Accreditation Institution of General School in East of Java, and as a head of Quality Assurance Department of EIEN Madura, Indonesia. Also, as President of Indonesia Education Share to Care Volunteer Director of EIN Madura Press, and also head of Academic Writing and Publication of Cewastra Indonesia. He got some honor from several institutions and institutes. That's a little profile Dr. Abdul Ghofur, and now I would like to please Miss Judith to play the video with the topic Developing Independent Learning Skill in Digital Era. Please, Miss Judith.
Mau presentasi, aku mau kirim presentasi iya dia lagi di luar.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On this occasion, I would like to thank the committee who already give us chance to present our materials. Yeah, let me share my screens. Okay, with the titles Developing Independent Learning Skill in Digital Era. Okay, frankly speaking, it is kind of the theme is something that is very important for today's learning. As the president of International Certificate Volunteers, I would like to thank the committee of the International Conference of the Teachers Training and Education Faculty that already prepares this international conference. Let me greet my Globe's friends, ambassadors, professors, doctors, Queen Elizabeth Lucas, Dr. Gul, Erkol Bayram, James, Jessamine, Asif, and the others, keynote speakers. Thank you for joining us for today. Okay, and talking about this theme that actually apropos developing independent learning skill in digital era. It is a little bit of my profiles. Now I'm a president of Universitas to get volunteers that joining with several universities in Indonesia. Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, the topic discussion that we are going to share with you this morning will be talk about independent learnings, the condition that require benefit and also promoting independent learning on helping the student succeed. Okay, talking about independent learning, we are going to give some kind of definition first. Yeah, independent learning will be something that's independent their own needs to know. I mean, in this concept, the student is going to know their interest in learning any kind of material. And in this case, the student could searching for relevant information and gaining knowledge on their own. While the others on the descriptions, it will be a kind of a learning on their own with minimum supervision. You have to know when we try to conduct independent learning, we are free from others. We are free from any kind of supervisors. I mean that it will be minimum supervision. Actively seeking ways to solve their own problems and difficulties and assessing their own learning to see if their needs to know are met. Dealing with the condition of require on delivering independent learning. For this term, we have to know first the goal. Yeah, the goal for the independent learning itself, and then the enthusiasm and interest, confidence of success, adequate pre-existing knowledge, informations, feedback, availability of resources, and also the student skill. It is anything that are very important to facing some kind of individual learning. Well, ladies and gentlemen, for the next ones, we have to think first the benefit that going to share, going to reach by the student. The first one, it will be improve their academic performance, increase their motivation, and also their student condition, confident, I mean. And for the second ones, it will enable teachers to differentiate tasks, better utilize class contact time, and then promote active student learning, help students learn how to learn, encourage students to take responsibility for their own learning, and finally, prepare students for lifelong learning. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, after we talk about the benefit, we think about the dangers, yeah? We think about the risk. The first risk will be anxiety and worry once the demotivating students are not supported. In this case, to make this one, the student will be stay with their own self. They stay alone. Well, negative experience of the learning, we have to know that the material itself will be anything that they could find from the website or the internet. And then students lose confidence in self-learning. Okay, it will be make the student introvert. They stay in their own environment. They stay in their own condition. And the fourth one's poor learning outcome. Okay, why? Because they are never right. They only read and act. They only read and act anything about this one. So they enjoying the material without any kind of activities, some kind of writing, some kind of doing something. And further, the poor students evaluation. Yeah, when we talk about individual learning, who going to evaluate? Who going to give some kind of test and others? Yeah, it is something that the risk or the dangers on applying on learning independence. Okay, promoting independent learning will be, it is not simply abandoning lesson and telling students to learn on their own. It is not placing this responsibility for learning entirely on the student itself, but as a teacher, we have to create. We have to direct them. So yeah, we have to direct them with a good target, and all should be done. It's about a different way for helping students learn. It's about facilitating and supporting students to learn increasingly on their own. So in this case, the teachers should direct with a good instruction, with good material, so that the student will be thinking about something that the good one with a good instruction. Now, try to think about this one. Is it possible for us as a teachers applying independent learning for such kind of swimming? As teachers, we say, today I'm going to teach you to swim. What about their students respond? Okay, there is so many kind of response actually. Okay, think about this one. Learning to swim without instructors. Okay, then the teacher, but it is extremely important that you learn it individually in your own. How come? Yeah. Now go and learn it yourself. I'll be back in a month and have tests on how well you have learned. Think about this one. Okay. In this case on independent learning, the teachers should control. The teachers should direct all any kind of instructions. They have to evaluate with the process already done by the students. Now, what about the key elements? The simple responsibility for learning process. The students should understand their learning. The students should be motivated to learn. The students should collaborate with the teachers to structure their learning. In this case, they have to know what about these ones. What else should be involved? Okay. In this case, we have to plan first. Okay. And the self-monitoring and self-motivations, controlling the pace and direction for works evaluation. Okay. In this case, the process of teaching will be helping students succeed. What should be done by the teachers? Prepare students adequately, help students acquire independent learnings, and then match tasks with the preparedness of students, develop student confidence of success, provide positive reinforcement, show example of good work by fellow students, and then provide encouragement and also support their process of the learning itself. And the skill that student needs should be reason logically why they need to learn by using independent learning. And then construct environmental rules for supporting students. Listening and remembering, applying the previously learned knowledge, reflect, monitor, and evaluate progress via self-assessments, manager billing, and also self-motivate. It will be the skill that should be needed by the students in entering individual independence learning. Now, how about the teachers? How teachers promote independent learning? In this case, they have to opportunities for easy assessment, measurement of self-directed learning, increase the speed of the access to information, and also provide a medium for teachers to build interactions. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Well, how about the teaching approaches for promoting independent learning? The first one, guided self-study. The teachers should give some kind of information, some kind of instruction, so that the student will has some kind of guided self-study as well. And then problem-solving exercise in lecture. The teacher should give some kind of example how to solve the problem in any kind of exercises. And then the student presentation and student-led seminars, peer teaching, student-centered assessments, project work, learning contract, and also dissertations. Okay, it is the important thing that should be done by the teacher itself. And then what about the school? How school promote independent learning? The first one, support for the teachers with infrastructure, with any kind of item, whether the provider also the networking, student support, student voluntary choices, the learning activities and set goal, empower students to use self-regulation to develop learning strategy itself, and then student voice to own approaches to learning. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this kind of concept that I'm going to help the student in learnings by individuals. Yeah, I think that's all for the material. First of all, I would like to please apologize because I could joining directly, I mean, but I send you the video because of in this occasion I have the same activities in seminars, international conference in Malang, Islamic University. Thank you and goodbye.
Ya, Pak Matius. Pak, your microphone is mute. Mr. Matthew. Mr. Matthew, your microphone is mute.
Yeah. Huh?
Mr. Matthew, your microphone is mute. Can you unmute your microphone, Pak? Mr. Matthew. Mr. Matthew, can you unmute your microphone? Yes. Yes, Pak. Would you please repeat your sentence, Pak?
Yeah.
Yes, can you repeat your
the closing?
Yes.
All right. So this is the end of presentation video by Dr. Ghofur. So if the participants have any question about the topics, developing independent learning skill in digital area, the participant can write on the chat box and we will send the question to Dr. Ghofur. And to the end of this presentation, let me take a conclusion that the teacher had to be creative in developing independent learning skill in digital area to encourage and to help the students to learn independently. Thank you very much, and back to Master of Ceremony.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Matthews Tandi Kombong. And what time is it now? 11:58. Okay. I think according to our schedule, our break time is a 12:30, but our fourth keynote speaker not join with us, but only by video. It's okay, and we will continue our schedule, our lunch time, and our session 2 will be start at 1:30. So I think all participants will be joined again at 1:30 atau jam 1:30 waktu Indonesia Tengah. Maybe there is information from the committee, Miss Judith. If there's any.
Yes, Miss. We will start the second session at 1:30. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's all. Stay spirit, all participants, and take lunch together in your own place, in your own home. Okay, see you at 1:30.
No points. Satu. No points, Ibu Judith. There's no points. You cannot hear the voice.
Nggak ada suaranya.
Even though we have enough break time, all the participants have to stand by. So, tidak kedengaran sesi presentasi.
The rhythm and movements of traditional dancers tell a story of Torajan people that are rich in history and culture. The harmonious beat of the drums echoes through the cliffs and around the mountain sides. hope through every inch of your journey.
Nanti ku telepon kalau ada orang lah.
Good morning, Dr. Gul.
Good morning to everyone. Greetings from Turkiye. Hope you
Yeah.
are well.
Yeah, welcome to this the room of First of Toraja, Dr. Gul. To enjoy this room, we'll wait for around
Yes.
2 hours.
If you permit, I can start my presentation.
Okay, we'll wait.
But I cannot share my screen because you permit to me.
Miss Judith.
Yes, now I can share my screen. Can you see rightly?
Yes, it's very clear.
Okay. Today I would like to talk about preparing MBA students for a career in the tourism industry in the new world, in the digital area, as the conference theme. Today I would like to share my ideas about tourism and hospitality. Why study a master's degree in tourism and hospitality? And is there any opportunity for career paths for the tourism industry? And what kinds of career are available in the tourism and hospitality industry, and some basic jobs for the first known people, tourism and hospitality, and some career opportunities in the digital area or maybe in the new world. Firstly, we can start with what is the tourism and hospitality? Tourism refers to some activities associated with travel planning, hospitality, and management. And this is the administration of activities in a place where people meet, such as a restaurant, casino, convention center, theme park, or shopping mall. And hotel management, just as the name says, involves managing operations in a hotel or resort. Tourism and hospitality includes some attraction management, convention planning, customer service, event planning, food service, gaming, lodging, marketing, sales, and travel. And working in a tourism and hospitality management, could you land a job for almost everyone in the world? Hotels, airlines, restaurants, casinos, sports teams, travel agencies, and all activities providers are all part of dynamic industry that actually needs skilled employees. We have 4-dimension part in the hotel and hospitality, tourism and hospitality industry. And this is around the world. This segmentation is the same. And these are food and service management, tour and travel management, accommodation and hospitality management, recreation management. This is all. Hospitality and tourism is a massive collective industry consisting of tourism and other hospitality related business. And tourism companies are technically considered hospitality business because they rely on strong customer services to generate revenue. They must provide welcoming, enjoyable experience to their guests. Otherwise, those guests won't be in the reach, won't be in the return in the future, and some guests may share their bad experience with friends or family members. All hospitality business, even those residing outside of the tourism industry, follow a similar approach with their operations by emphasizing the importance of strong and positive customer services. There is a big question for all students, maybe, why we should hospitality and tourism. What is the need for that? In the last couple of years, tourism has become an important sector that has a great impact on the development of all economies. The main benefits of tourism are income creation and generation of jobs, especially in the rural areas. For many places, tourism is the most important source of welfare between the unemployment communities. So it is convenient for countries to respond to their importance proportionally by developing the necessary infrastructure and increasing their abilities to supply the need of tourism. And we have 5 reasons to study in tourism industry. Now we can have a look at this. Firstly, if you study through hospitality and tourism, firstly, you will see the world. Studying a hospitality management degree gives you the opportunity to see the world. A boutique hotel in a big city, a restaurant on an exotic beach, or hospitality management degree can take you to get there. Within the next decades, international tourist members are forecast to reach 1.8 billion. This means hospitality professionals will be in high demand across the globe. The possibilities are endless. And the second one, it is a career without limits. A hospitality management degree prepares you for a successful career, for the potential to grow into a number of high-level positions. The shared diversity of hospitality industry means you will never be limited in your job search. Whether you want to go down the hotel management career, have the desire to run exotic, remote resort, or fancy managing a casino, the choice is yours. The third one, you can be part of incredibly exciting industry. Hospitality is set to create more than 8 million new jobs over the 10 next years, which means it is not only evolving, but also incredibly secure. Additionally, by 2026, 1 in 9 jobs will be in the travel and tourism sector, but these are just numbers. What makes this industry so exciting is the new digital technology is transforming how we choose, buy, then share our travel and hospitality experience. The fourth one, you will learn vital skills. Skills like leadership, teamwork, organization aren't just useful in the hospitality business. In fact, they are highly valuable in any industry. To be successful as a manager, you need to have a mixture of soft and hard skills. It is why soft skills in particular are so in demand among recruiters. A manager has to lead rather than follow, but they also have to listen. Plus, they have to show flexibility as well as an ability to work in multiple departments. Soft skills really make a difference to guest satisfactions, while hard skills like business knowledge and attention to detail are crucial for an organization and success. And the last one is, you will become part of hospitality most powerful network. Connections are crucial in any industry, but especially hospitality is the most. By studying at tourism, you will join an elite, smart, worldwide alumni network. By studying tourism, the network is your ready-made, gold-plated international contact book. Once you are part of it, you will be able to interact with previous guests and your friends throughout the world. Why study a master degree tourism and hospitality? Master degree is the more higher level or than MBA degree. And if you finish the MBA degree in the tourism and hospitality, you can continue to master degree. Why study this level? There is a reason that a career in the tourism and hospitality industry is so appealing. It often comes to opportunity to live in, travel to the most beautiful places around the globe, all while creating unforgettable experiences for all explorers. But why study hospitality and tourism management, and what are the benefits of a degree? A master degree in tourism and hospitality management can offer current hospitality professionals and other college graduates an age to become more effective leaders and managers, by also learning valuable lessons in marketing, finance, strategy, and more. In a competitive marketplace in a digital world, a master degree can help an applicant to stand out and increase their learning potential, sharpen their analytical skills, and broaden their industry knowledge, and while also building on their professional network. We have a career path for tourism. A career in tourism offers many diverse roles and settings. Tourism careers include working in a hotel or resort, on a cruise ships, in an adventure sports center. Maybe you can be a tour guide, leading activities, historical trips, such as travel guide writer, or as a driver, or as a flight attendant. Individual in the tourism and hospitality should have a love for travel, strong coordination, or organizational skills to corporate trips, services, shuttles, and accommodation. You have some ability to do tourism jobs. And also, these jobs need some specialized skills and interest in particular activities such as scuba diving, sailing, and hiking, and etc. Professionals working in tourism industry generally work non-traditional hours according to the hours of operation of hotels, restaurants, and recreation centers. Some careers associated with tourism industry require formal education programs such as hotel managers, pilots, other leadership roles. However, most careers in the tourism require specific skills rather than formal education. Career in tourism can offer exciting and unconventional work settings and opportunities. What kind of careers are available in the tourism and hotel industry? The travel and tourism industry makes up 1.8% of the global gross domestic product, and this is still growing. Responsible for 1 of out every 11 jobs around the worldwide, the industry is world's largest employer according to the World Tourism Organization. Every day, a new idea is hatched. Big investments of firms sign off the designs of 5-star luxury hotels, or some mom and pop dinner opens its doors. Having doubled in numbers over the past 20 years, the tourist population is set to expand twofold yet again over the next 20. The increasing numbers are only a reflection of budding middle class. Nearly unaffected by economic crisis a few years back, this industry is resilient and it adapts to the demands of consumer. From tours to cocktails, the industry is constantly transforming itself to be bigger and better. Over the continuous growth, this service-oriented, high energy and productivity-driven hospitality and tourism industry, there is a high demand skills labor. And we have some basic jobs. Firstly, we can start with hotels and resorts. restaurant, commercial food services, meeting and event planning, airlines, cruises and travel management, leisure and recreation management, spa and wellness management. Hotel management divides into different many parts. For example, sales and marketing, human resources management, rooms and division office, event management, food and beverage, account finance, and general management and administration. And all career paths needs both formal and skill education apart from the informal. And other part is restaurants and commercial food services. In general, the work in restaurants divided into back of the house and front of the house positions. In large chains, there is also usually a corporate location where the upper management and administration will take place. If you are interested in working your way up to restaurant, your chances are probably better at a chain establishment where there are likely protocols or place for grooming and training staff for promotions. In fact, some high-end chefs get their starts at a usual or casual dining establishment precisely because these chains are more likely to offer training programs. And another important part is airlines management. In airline industry, there are main job titles we can identify as follows as you screen. Pilots. Pilots operate aircraft, flying people and cargo all over the world. They conduct pre-flight checks and work with air traffic control, assess and adjust flight paths, and as needed, update passengers on commercial flights. And other is flight attendants, and these are the cabin crew for commercial and private air travel. Their responsibilities include pre-flight checks of the food supply and emergency equipment, greeting passengers and ensure luggage is stored properly. And the other one is airline customer service agent. Airline customer service agent among an airline most visible employees. They work at ticketing counters to process customer tickets and boarding passes, as well as at boarding gates to board plane passengers. And ramp service agent, operation agent, reservation sales agent, sales representative, airline ticket agents is possible. And the other one is cruise management. There are a large variety of jobs on a cruise ships and at a cruise line corporate offices. The great news is that there is a good chance that a job you have had in a past will give you enough experience to perform a number of jobs on board a cruise ships. Some examples include previous job at hotels, restaurants, bars, nightclubs, libraries, gift stores, boutiques, grocery stores, health clubs, beauty salons, and museums, cafe shops, and many more I can say. And the other one is travel industry. The appeal of traveling for a living is something that many people can appreciate. Breaking into a career in the travel industry, however, is often difficult and confusing as specialized training is limited. The first step for someone interested in these types of jobs is learning the various career paths in each field, and then choosing the entire level jobs the best fits his or her personality skills, then choosing the job entry the best fits their or her personality. We have four main categories in the travel industry, and these are travel sales. Among the largest areas of the travel industry are travel sales. These include travel agents, travel wholesales and sales representatives for larger travel companies. Travel wholesalers negotiate with hotels, airlines, attractions, and like to create product for agents of staff. Travel agents are the front line of retail travel sales, and they buy travel package from sales and assist customers of hotel and transportation. And the other one is transportation. This of sector includes flight attendants, airline pilots, and a myriad of support staff. And both flight attendants and pilots usually have set routes. They are flight at a regular basis. And the travel guides or tour guides operate tours of anything from historical monuments to entire regions of the tours around the globe. A tour guide usually works in a single location where they conduct regular tours of a specific area or monument. Travel guides conduct tours that may last several days and may span several cities or countries. And these jobs deals with more logistical aspects of tour operators. This can include booking lodging, purchasing tickets to attractions, and planning schedules. Managers often travel with guides, though they may only spend in a limited amount of time their groups. Tourism marketing and information. People in the tourism and marketing and information sector provide guidance to visitors about attractions, cultures, history, and upcoming events. And the other one is meeting and event planning. This includes a variety of functions for executing large-scale events, which might include conferences, conventions, concerts, trade shows, festivals, and ceremonies. And these jobs includes organizers, planner, coordinator, promoter, and manager. And these are many work duties. And other one is leisure and recreation management. These are one of the fastest growing sector in the economy because people wish to spend their time with meaningful activities. This has created a demand for personnel with specialized knowledge and skills in creation and leisure. It is important to get relevant work experience in the area you want to work in, a complement your degree. For example, you could get experience in a sport or leisure industry as a part-time fitness instructor, lifeguard, or in an administrative role. It may also be possible to gain marketing or events management experience. And the other one is spa and wellness management. This position may include spa supervisor, assistant spa manager, and other duties. And they are responsible for day-to-day operations of a health and beauty spa based on the size of operation, and the position can be customer services, focus on business-based handling and all marketing schedules and training also. And now we can have a look career opportunities in a new world or in a digital world, I think. Firstly, online travel agents. And these are the future of travel, online travel. For the past 5 years, there has been a progressive movement away from traditional type of travel agents. Many high street stores have closed, and major companies like Monarch or Thomas Cook and they have ceased trading. Instead, consumers have adapted either to create their own dynamic package style, or they have turned to big online players such as Booking.com, Skyscanner, and Expedia. Between 2015 and 2021, countless tourism business went bust, either due to no longer being competitive enough in the marketplace or due to COVID. This means that thousands of travelers were left in large around the world. This has played a role in the reversal of the downturn trends of the people using travel agents. People don't want to uncertainty of making travel that could end up being canceled, so they once again consulting travel experts to help book and manage their travel plans. I personally think that using independent travel agencies like This Is Agent, it gives people the freedom to work for themselves and promotes working with small business. And the other one is insurance agents. Following the upheaval of COVID-19, people are aware of the importance of travel insurance now more than have ever been before. Whilst many jobs in travel and tourism do not pay large sums of money, the financial sector is an area where money can be made. Many jobs are on a commission basis. If you can talk, then you are all set to go. With a little bit of training, you could be well on your way to hold salary with this emerging job in travel. There are many different travel insurance providers out there, and I can personally recommend World Nomads due to their excellent reputation. And the other one is new age flight attendants. This is not similar with the normal flight attendants. Because COVID hit the aviation industry harder than any other, thousands of cabin crews were made redundant around the world, and experts suggest that it will take many years for the aviation industry. And airlines have been reducing baseline pricing instead making money through ancillary services. And this resulted in a change in what a cabin crew jobs entails. Yes, many airlines still require cabin to look glamorous, offers excellent customer service, but there is also a requirement many airlines for a cabin crew to double up as cleaners, cooks, security offers. For highest paying cabin crew jobs, avoid the big airlines and apply instead to work for private companies. And other one is influencer marketer in the tourism industry. The best kind of marketing is bottom up. This means that we trust the people down at grassroots level more than we do people at the top of the chain. Consumers are more likely to book a holiday that their friend recommend from their personal experiences than one that was expertise on the tube, or for example. Influencer marketing has been revolutionary for tourism industry, and it comes in many different shapes and forms. This is money to be made as blogger and as a YouTuber or Instagram star, for example. Big names such as Nomadic Mats and Lakshya Limitless are an inspiration. A smart technology developer for destination and tourism services. Smart tourism is featured for all areas and is all about working in a smart way to improve their efficiency of resource management, maximize competitiveness, and enhance sustainability. And China, I think, is leading the way with smart tourism developments. Since I moved to China, I see robot vending machines, virtual ticket, digital museum plaques, virtual tours, and much more. We even went to extremely live dinosaurs attraction in Chengdu. So much people were messaging me on Instagram to ask if they were real. And other one is sustainability consultant or consultant on sustainability. We have seen a big push on sustainable tourism in recent years, and this trend is set to continue. Ecotourism, rural tourism, ethical tourism, volunteer tourism, mountain climbing, outdoor activities, glamping, slow travel are all the areas that we can expect to see growth in coming years. You can work as a consultant, giving advice to companies on how to be more sustainable, or you could work in the implementation of sustainable tourism, or anywhere between. The industry is set to continue to grow, and there are countless opportunities for job in travel and tourism in this field. There are top positions whereby you can be made required to undertake research for major organizations. Regional tourism experts for developing destinations. In future, some destinations will rise according to their economic, technological, commercial prosperity. For this reason, they will be more important the job named regional tourism expert. I would like to tell this with an example. The Chinese outbound tourism market is the biggest in the world, and it is growing fast. Countries such as Thailand, Indonesia, which had very few visitors from China just a few years ago, now rely on China's outbound market. The Chinese travel more than any other population, and they spend more. So it is no brainer. Tourism stakeholders should be targeting in every countries. And ancillary revenue manager. And these products have been around throughout the history of the tourism, but it is only in the past couple of decades they have been really gained traction. This is largely down to the growth of lost airlines. People like to spend less and love to feel like they are getting good value for money. Low-cost airlines have been revolutionary in this regard, disrupting the aviation industry and changing the way that we fly forever. But if these airlines change less, how comes they are making more profit than other lines with the higher ticket prices? The answer is ancillary products. It's actually quite clever. These airlines reel customer with their seemingly cheaping flights. Once the customer commits, they encourage them to purchase various ancillary products. And the other one is niche tourism providers. As mentioned earlier, the tourism industry is changing. People are no longer interested in traditional sea, sun, and sand holiday they used to be. People want to adventure, excitement, and the unknown. This move away from the mass tourism industry has seen the rise of many smaller and more unique types of tourism known as niche tourism. Niche tourism products are wide-ranging or diverse. You could work or start up your own cruise company or art tour provider or a Hello Kitty themed hotel chain, for example. The possibility is endless. Airbnb hosts, and Airbnb has big for some years now, and it is here to stay. The sharing economy has become a prominent part of our society, and Airbnb is one of the biggest players. Renting out your prosperity to tourists has become one of the most trendy jobs in travel and tourism, and it is relatively easy and brings in a massive income. And we all want to earn money while we sleep, right? While it has been criticized for its negative economic impact and gentrification in local areas, there is no denying that Airbnb has been successful. It has changed the face of accommodation sector, with many people away from traditional hotels instead of opting for Airbnb. And whatever the time brings, we should ask ourselves as a students or as a beginner in the tourism industry in the digital area, or maybe the time can be changed. It's possible. Now we can see the feature is based on digital, but in the more future, for example, in the 100 years later, it is possible to back the past. And when the time is changing, we should ask ourselves some basic questions. Firstly, what motivates you to do a job? What is the motivation for that? Your family, your inspiration, your ideas, your dreams. Firstly, you should ask yourself the first question. And the other one is, what this job help me fulfill my long-term career goals? As a student or as a beginner, you should ask yourself the second question. What is the benefits of this job for my career path? And the other one is, can I balance between my family, my business, my goals? As a woman, as a mother, as a sister, and as a stakeholder in the community with the female gender, it is so hard to ask a question yourself, because sometimes it is not possible to balance your life degree as a working woman in the tourism industry and other area. But we should ask ourselves the question time to time. Am I balance my family and my job degree? And if anyone is more higher than others, we should change the way we behave, I think. And the other one is, am I happy for doing this job? It is the most important thing. It is the most important part of this career goal. Because if you don't to learn how to be happy in your job, you maybe, I think you can change your job firstly. And the other one is, does my job contribute to humanity and world peace? This is the last one, and this is the important one, I think. Thank you so much for listening to me. That's all my presentation. If you have a question, I can also answer to you.
Okay, thank you for informative and interesting talk from our distinguished keynote speaker, Dr. Gul. Now we come to question and answer session. You can submit your question through chat room.
Yes.
Okay, it seems that one question from the audience, Dr. Gul.
Yes.
The question from Ms. Judith. Is there any survey that has indicated it increasingly in tourism industry during the pandemic?
Yes. I saw many interesting studies related increasing and decreased jobs, or maybe preferable or less preferable jobs in the tourism industry. I would like to explain these studies also in another session from this conference, maybe, because these are too long. But if you want to learn more, sharing with me, maybe you can send email, and I can also attach all the papers. But this is so long. But I would like to say again, there are many jobs, especially during pandemics, decreasing and increasing opportunities for the tourism industry. It is so possible. I hope I can answer your question. Thanks all.
Thank you, Prof. Okay, is there any question from the audience? Another question from the audience? You can submit your question through chat room. Okay, while waiting for any question from the audience, Prof, I'm interested on the dimensions of characters development due to the educational role. So, would you like to highlight again on characters development due to the educational role in education context? Thank you.
Yes. I think stakeholders is so important in the areas, in many sectors also. And these have, as you mentioned before, educating role is the limitless. When I start my new jobs in any tourism industry, my manager can learn anything without any struggle or any behavior or any intentions. When they behave to tourists, I can learn from this reacting. Also, the same issue is also practitioners and maybe educators. They have a big role for this because we are working as a practitioners as the first level of the industry. If we educate people, if we educate to students well and with a more sustainable career intentions, they have react from different times, even pandemic times or not, or maybe abnormal times or maybe crisis. We are the intermediate role as practitioners within the context of educating role. Firstly, we can show our students how to behave well and how to behave, manage to stress and crisis times during their works. I hope I can answer your question. Thanks all.
Thank you for the informative explanation from Dr. Gul. It seems that normal question, Prof. It seems that no more question from the audience. So I hope Dr. Joel someday have a visit to Toraja land to enjoy the tourism here. Have you ever been in Toraja?
Sorry, I don't understand.
I mean, have you visited Indonesia, specifically Toraja?
No, but I wish so much.
Okay, we will wait. Maybe
yes.
This year,
Thank you so much.
Year.
Really appreciate to you, my dear friends and my dear college, and also I am so happy to host you in my country, Turkiye. Did you visit before?
Yeah. Never. Yeah.
We surely, we definitely wait to you all participation to my country. I am also tour guide in my country, professional tour guide, and I am so happy to guide you.
Okay, maybe someday you can conduct a research related to tourism in Toraja, Indonesia.
Yes, surely. I am so happy
as a high context culture in Indonesia.
Thank you so much, dear professor.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of part of the presentation from our distinguished keynote speaker from Dr. Gul, from Dr. Gul. So I would like to say thank you even for our distinguished keynote speaker and active participation from the audience. So hopefully this presentation will be beneficial for all of us. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, dear organizing team, for excellent conference.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Gul.
Thank you so much, dear ma'am, for excellent conference. I learned too much from you.
Okay. Thank you too for Dr. Deli as our moderator. And move to the next keynote speaker. The sixth keynote speaker, and I invite Ms. Normalia Sirande as our great moderator. Time is yours.
Well, thank you so much. Yep. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, it's a pleasure for me to be here now in this second international seminar UKIToICES held by UKIToraja, FKIP UKIToraja. Well, now we come to the next our speaker for today. Let me introduce a little bit about our keynote speaker. Well, our next keynote speaker is Dr. Muhammad Asif Khan. He is a corporate trainer, speaker with 9 years of academic experience, currently serving as a faculty member at Binus University. He has strong background in teaching, research, and scholarly activities. Very valuable experience assisting students and responding to the departmental, college, and institutional needs to support university mission and promote commitment to student success. Well, in this section, we have 45 minutes with 30 minutes for the presentation that will be held by Dr. Muhammad Asif Khan, and then 15 minutes will be the question answer session. So let me invite Dr. Muhammad Asif Khan to deliver the presentation to us.
Excuse me, Miss Normalia.
Yes.
Maybe we are on the breaking news because Mr. Asif Khan is not on this room, so we are waiting for him.
Oops.
So now it's the breaking news.
Okay. Okay. Well, so we're waiting. So let's have a breaking news first, yeah. Thank you for the information.
Apa pindah itu, Miss? Kegiatan pro di kuliah umum, semas. Oh, penting. Ibang ten. Ibang ten.
Land of the Heavenly Kings. Enigmatic. Beyond transcendental. Toraja. breathtaking landscape. Home of the mighty buffaloes. Picturesque villages, untouched by modern life. Upholding old traditions. Displayed in crafts and feasts. Incredibly preserved. Remarkable funeral rites. Where the king's family comes together from all over the world. A magical celebration of an eternal journey to the afterlife. An ancient way of life celebrated. And beyond Toraja, in Sulawesi, there is a myriad of marvels. From prehistoric megaliths to the race of a lifetime, a feast of the senses, endless stream of excitement, a never-ending adventure in Sulawesi, wonderful Indonesia.
Prof. Dr. Muhammad Asif Khan, are you there, sir? Tadi ke Supaprawat lantai. Ada jibuci ya. Dia beda kesian. Di mawat-mawatan. Lihat siapa tuh nih? Itu malam tuh parah, lambat. Tapi lupa.
In the remote valleys of South Sulawesi, the Toraja tribe has lived in relative isolation since the beginning of last century. The locals follow a unique animist belief system known as Aluk Golgolo, the way of the ancestors. The traditional ancestral houses are at the center of Torajan social life. Like alien spacecrafts from a distant galaxy, split bamboo roofs are shaped like a plaza, always facing north, where the Toraja
Jangan nih, tidak.
Discuss and find solutions to their problems by sitting down. Stacks of buffalo horns displayed on the outside walls of Convent Now, like grotesque trophies, offer a hint of its social status. Wood carvings are not merely decoration for the Toraja. Known as pasura, or the writing, these intricate wooden panels are laboriously hand carved. Acting as a kind of language for the local people, each motif is deeply in its meaning, expressing important religious and social beliefs. Life in Toraja follows the slow yet steady rhythm of its many ceremonies. Music, dance, and hand-woven textiles each play their part in Torajan spiritual life. The sacred cloths, hand-woven by Torajan women, are loaded with symbolic meaning that an outsider is unlikely to ever fully comprehend. Bizarre handmade instruments are played at ceremonies too. They're unfamiliar melodies unheard anywhere else in the world.
Oh, belum Bilis. Apa? 2:30 Pina, baru jam 2. Mau 2:30 lah. Iya, biar Bilis ya. Mantap dia video nanti di ditambah deh. Sampai masyarakat. Besok tetap jam 9 lagi. Iya, insyaallah. Ya, boleh, Mas? Ya. Ya, baik. Ya, bukan lagi suatu tahun.
The surrounding mountains provide ample food for the Torajan people, forage for peculiar and sometimes deadly ingredients. Poisonous fruit of the pangu tree, the football fruit, is peeled, then fermented until it forms an edible black spice powder. Blended with pawpaw fish and grilled over an open fire inside bamboo tubes, the spices add a distinctive, earthy flavor to the traditional Torajan dish of papillon. Bamboo is the world's largest grass, an amazing versatile resource that has been put to many uses for thousands of years. Toraja still used its prehistoric stem in their cooking methods today, showing a reverence for the natural world that we have lost touch with in the West. Puya is the afterworld, or land of sorrows, in Toraja belief. Following the death of a family member, the relatives sacrifice buffaloes to help carry the soul of the deceased on their long journey to Puya. The body itself is placed in a small cave or carved rock left hanging on a cliff. The funeral rites will determine the prosperity of the souls in the afterlife. These rites will purify the body of the soul. When the soul reaches Puya, it will be judged by Pong Lalong, the ruler of the afterworld. If the deceased is a member of the nobility, it may be allowed to climb the mountain in order to enter the heaven ancestor. Now a rare sight to behold. The Manganga dance is performed by a group of all-male dancers to mark the end of the 2-week-long Madura ceremony, celebration of the family's completion of Thanksgiving with funeral rites. High on beaten nuts and arak, and weighed down by heavy foam headdresses and the buffalo horns of their trumpet men, the men perform a simple choreography accompanied by hypnotic chanting and bells.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
In the remote valleys of South Sulawesi, the Toraja tribe has lived in relative isolation since the beginning of last century. The locals follow a unique animist belief system known as Aluk Dodolo, the way of the ancestors. Konkona, the traditional ancestral houses, are at the center of Torajan social life. Like alien spacecrafts from a distant galaxy, split bamboo roofs are shaped like a carved arc and are always facing north, where the Torajans believe they come from. It is here that the people discuss and find solutions to their problems, sitting down together. Stacks of buffalo horns displayed on the outside walls of Tumbuk Nan like grotesque trophies, offer a hint of high social status. Wood carvings are not merely decorations of the Toraja. Known as Susanna, the writer, these intricate wooden panels are laboriously hand-carved. Acting as a kind of language for the local people, each motif is deeply imbued with meaning, expressing important religious and social beliefs. Life in Toraja follows the slow yet steady rhythm of its many ceremonies. Music, dance, and hand-woven textiles each play their part in Torajan spiritual life. Sacred cloths, hand-woven by Torajan women, are loaded with symbolic meaning that the outsider is unlikely to ever fully comprehend.
Supaprawat, Pak. Oh, jam 3 siang itu.
Bizarre handmade instruments are played at ceremonies too. The unfamiliar melodies untold anywhere else in the world. The surrounding mountains provide food for the Torajan people, forage for peculiar, sometimes deadly ingredients. The fruit, the mango tree, is peeled, then fermented into the form of edible black spice powder. blended with pork or fish, and grilled over an open fire inside bamboo tubes, spicing out a distinctive, earthy flavor to the traditional Toraja dish of tapioca. Bamboo is the world's largest grass and an amazing versatile resource that has been put to many uses for thousands of years. Toraja still use this prehistoric stem in their cooking methods today, showing a reverence for the natural world that we have lost touch with in the West. Buya is the afterworld, or land of souls, in Toraja belief. Following the death of a family member, the relatives sacrifice buffalo to help carry the soul of the deceased on the long journey to Buya. The body itself is placed in a small cave or carved rock and left hanging. The funeral rites will determine the prosperity of the souls in the afterlife. These rites will purify the Ghofur to its pure soul.
Pak, tadi sudah jam 3. Tadi sudah sampai jam 1. Sampai jam 11. Oh, Pak, tadi sudah ya kalian ya, moderatornya. Mana Rawang? Kenapa kita bicara? Iya.
The deceased is a member of the village and will be allowed to come back in order to enter the heaven and become a deity finance.
Nggak bisa, tertinggal. Saya lagi anu, oke.
Now a rare sight to behold. The Manganda dance is performed by a group of all male dancers to mark the end of the 2-week-long Madura ceremony, a celebration of the family's completion of Thanksgiving or funeral rites. High on beaten nuts and wraps, weighed down by heavy coin headdresses and the buffalo horns of their tonga hands, men perform a simple choreography accompanied by hypnotic chanting and bell ringing.
Saya pakan dear ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting for Mr. Khan, Asif Khan from Binus University. He is on meeting, so please be patient to wait for Mr. Asif Khan. Thank you.
land of the heavenly kings. Enigmatic, beyond transcendental. Toraja. Breathtaking landscape. Home of the mighty buffaloes. Picturesque villages, untouched by modern life. Upholding old traditions. Displayed in crafts and feasts. Incredibly preserved. Remarkable funeral rites. Where the king's family comes together from all over the world. A magical celebration of an eternal journey to the afterlife. An ancient way of life celebrated. And beyond Toraja, in Sulawesi, there is a myriad of marvels. From prehistoric megaliths to the race of a lifetime, a feast of the senses, endless stream of excitement, a never-ending adventure in Sulawesi, wonderful Indonesia.
Mr. Khan, are you there, sir? Mr. Khan, are you there? Mr. Siripipatthanakul, are you there, sir? Prof. Elizabeth, are you there? Dear ladies and gentlemen, we apologize that we have to wait for our next keynote speakers. Thank you. Ini tuh kan ya. Biar nih.
Oh, baru kirimkan Ki. Iya. Ada link baru dia memang.
Jadi mau aku kirim.
Pulang.
Biar Miss Linerda. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start the next session by Dr. Supaprawat, Siripipatthanakul. Sorry for mispronouncing your name, sir. Will be led by the moderator, Miss Linerda. Miss Linerda, time is yours. Thank you.
Unmute di situ.
Yes, are you ready, Miss Linerda? Time is yours. Thank you.
Well, thank you, MC. Hello, everybody. Thank you for still be here until this second session. Now we are going to listen the 7 speakers of this international conference. I'm Linerda Tulakondok as the moderator. First, I'd like to greet our speaker, Dr. Supaprawat Siripipatthanakul. I'm sorry for mispronounced, dear professor. Are you there?
Okay, I'm here.
Okay.
A bit busy because I have two conferences for today.
All right. We really appreciate your readiness to be our speaker in this event.
Okay, sure. Wait a minute. I will share the screen.
Sorry.
It is not this one. Sorry.
Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, while waiting, the next I'd like to read some information about current roles of dear professor. Dr. Supaprawat Siripipatthanakul is a lecturer at Bangkok Thornbury University, Thailand, as an adjunct professor or supervisor, Asia University, Malaysia, a supervisor of MBA students of University of Geomatika, Malaysia, supervisor of the EMBA students of UNITAR International University, supervisor of EMBA and EDBA students of City University, Malaysia, supervisor of Ph.D. students at Asia University, Malaysia. And in junior roles, he is an editor-in-chief, review of advanced multidisciplinary sciences, engineering, and innovation Ramsey, Malaysia, editorial board member, Asia Pacific Journal of Academic Research in Business Administration, Philippines, editorial board member, Open Access Journal of Dental Sciences, Medwin Publisher, USA, and editorial board member, Advanced Knowledge of Executive International Journal. So he is very active as a lecturer, researcher. So, well, dear professor, I invite you to present your presentation.
Okay, I will share my screen.
Okay.
Could you see my screen?
Yeah.
Across culture education system. This is my name. Yes, I'm Dr. Supaprawat Siripipatthanakul. I stay in Thailand and I'm Thai, but I teach online both in Malaysian University and Thai University. And thank you for invitation me as the invited lecturer, invited speaker. The topic entitled the cross-culture education system. And this is again my name, Supaprawat Siripipatthanakul. I will talk about Thai culture. For the Thai culture, the culture is very important or essential because the human can create the culture to communicate and build community. And the culture is the meanings for the society and community because we are human and we are in the grouping of human. For culturalism or culture, many aspects influence of the culture. The first one is the culture, the religion, the language, the nationality, ethnicity, and the race. And you can see this figure. Culture is in the medium. Culture is based on human nature. And the culture is the fundamental of personality. Culture can learn by the group, and the human nature is the universal. And the personality is based on the culture, and we can learn from other country, other group. For the culture is the way of life, especially in the general custom and belief and particular group of the people at a particular time. And this is the definition of the culture from Cambridge Dictionary. And also, culture is the characteristic and the knowledge of the particular group of the people, encompassing the language, the religion, the food, cuisine, social habits, music, and art. These are the factors of the culture. For sure, I would like to present or propose about the Thai culture. The first of the Thai culture is Thai language. When foreign come to Thailand, you may don't understand all of Thai language, but when you use the technology, you can interpret or understand Thai language by using the educational technology or the website such as Google Translate. About the religion in Thailand, the most Thai people are the Buddhism, about 95%, and the remaining are Muslim, Christian, and Hindu. And about the Thai food have four regions: the northern Thai food, central Thai region food, northeastern Thai food, and southern Thai food. And when talk about the traditional dance of Thailand, is the soft power. You can see Thai traditional dance in the movie or in the YouTube. Is very interesting. And also the traditional Thai clothing you can see in shopping marketplace, Lazada or Shopee. Anything is you can find in the website. Also, the Thai music or Thai movie, very interesting. You can see in YouTube, you can see Thai movies in the Netflix. And the technology influence for the global culture, influence for the local culture is why the technology important to global culture and local culture. And also the technology and communication affect or relate to cultural change worldwide and also in Thailand. And thank you for inviting me to present about Thai culture. And the culture relate to education system because the foreign students come to Thailand. If you understand about the Thai culture, is benefit for all. Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you, the professor, for interesting and informative sharing. Well, all the audience, if you have any questions, right now is a question and answer session. So, times you have a question, you were able to write down in the chat box, or it's okay also to raise your hand and ask a question directly.
Okay, excuse me.
Yes.
Yes, please.
Okay.
From Ellen.
Yeah. Thank you for the chance giving for me to give some question for our great keynote speaker, Dr. Supaprawat.
Yeah.
Yes. Talking about culture. Yeah, I had write some article
Mhm.
related to the culture, especially for local culture of Toraja.
Mhm.
Yes, related to the culture. Yeah, maybe but based on your opinion, how do you teach your students about your local culture at yeah, especially for Thai culture, and what's the students' attitude related to the local culture of Thai culture? Yeah, I will compare with the student attitude of local culture, but yeah, the Torajan students, and how do you teach, or how will you teach your local culture for your student? Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. If talk about the culture, the language also is the culture.
Yes.
Because Thai people or Thai students would like to speak Thai, for sure. They're afraid for English. They're afraid for to speak to foreigner, because the Thai language is the mother tongue of the Thai student. And I think if the is have the cultural change, because the worldwide communication, English is the media to communicate for to the foreign student. It's better to know about the Thai language, also the English language. And if the Thai student brave and could speak English with the foreign student, is good. Yeah, I think the communication is very important in this case for the in education system. Yes.
Yes. Yeah. One of the culture is language.
Language and
Yes.
also religion, very important. For example, if the Muslim come to Thailand and study with the Thai student, if they know about the religion, it's better to all. Yes.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean that how the students' competence about the local culture, especially for Thai culture. Yeah, yeah, I mean that they still love their local culture, or maybe
Sure.
yes.
Sure. They love local culture because Thai dancing, Thai traditional dancing, the movie, Thai language, Thai food is the fundamental of Thai.
Yeah.
Of Thai. Yes.
Yes. Yes, as a teacher that we yeah, now we try to make our student to to love our
Okay.
culture, because
I got
yeah.
your point. Because one branch or fun or one subject that relate to culture is Thai studies.
Yes.
Thai study is learn or study all about Thai, not only culture, anything about Thai people, about Thai culture, about Thai food, anything about Thai, also the Thai language also.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I will try how to teach, how to make my student love our culture. Yeah, based on your experience in teaching them. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Doctor.
Well, thank you, Ms. Elim, for the question. Is there any other question? Let me check on the chat room. Is there? Still no. Okay. Once again, for the audience, is we have still a long time to have a discussion, so please ask a question to make our dear professor to speak more about it. Is there any question? Well, while waiting, Dr. Supaprawat, so could you more about the characteristic of your students by students, yeah, your own students? Is there any unique characters in learning, especially course culture? Could you more about it?
Again, please. Character of the student.
Yes, about your students. Even though you said that they like Thai very much, their culture, but we know that we have a global culture to mix with the local culture. So when you are teaching, is there any characteristic of them, or what is about your experience there?
Yes, if we talk about the local culture, it depends on the region of Thailand. When talk about the northern of Thailand is very important, very different from other parts. Also, if we talk about northeastern part of Thailand, is very different from southern also. It means that what you talk about which region of in Thailand, the northern, the central, southern, or northeastern, and the local culture is influenced by the global culture. For example, the culture of the whitening teeth is the culture from the Western area or Western population, and the culture in right the white tooth is the influence or impact to the local culture in Thailand too. I talk about because I am a dentist, and this culture could influence worldwide the global culture, because you can see or communicate in the technology, the social media, or anything. The global culture can distribute or communicate to local culture in Thailand. And for the student, for sure, they can learn about the global culture, about the culture in different countries, using the technology, using the social media. Yes. Is it the answer?
Okay, well, thank you. For another participants, is there any other comment? Question, please. Okay. Well, is there any question? Yeah, from Thai is I like Thai film movie, and is there many is there a mystic and yeah, I have many unique, how to say, culture, yeah, especially, yeah, maybe in Indonesia, in Bali, or it's, okay. Well, actually, we have still 20 minutes more, but really hope that any other question from other participant to take this time, please.
Okay, I think no question. It's okay because I have another conference. Yes.
Oh, all right. Well, so if there is no question, no more question, we have we'd like to say thank you very much for Dr. Supaprawat. Sorry for mispronounce your name. Supaprawat Siripipatthanakul.
Okay.
Okay, so talk about cross-cultural education system in Thai culture. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. We hope someday dear professor are able to visit Toraja, especially in Indonesia. Have you been in Toraja?
No, never. I never been
Never.
to Indonesia. I think one day I would like to go there.
Okay. I mean, hope. Thank you very much for
Thank
your
you.
time,
Thank
Professor.
you. Thank you.
See you.
See you. See you. Bye bye.
Okay.
Okay.
Wow. They are all audience because Dr. Supaprawat is busy have the other conference. So the time to the next speaker, we will wait again.
Hello.
Yeah, yes, please, Mr.
I got the
Vonny.
information that Professor Dr. Queen Elizabeth Lucas from UK
Yes.
is still busy, so they cannot join in this international conference. So we are going to closing this event right now. So we invite to MC to close this event.
Okay, thank you very much. Back to the MC.
Miss Vonny, are you there?
Hello, I'm here. Thank you for Miss Linerda as our great moderator, and we will move to the next keynote speaker. How about Miss Normalia? The keynote speaker is ready or not?
No.
Move to the next agenda.
Yeah, Dr. Quinn is not available for now, so we can end this session.
Yep.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, before ending our activity for today, for the day one for this conference, we have announcement for tomorrow activity. To all the presenters, we will send you the agenda on WhatsApp group. And to end this session, I'll invite Ibu Rahel to close the sessions with closing prayer. Time is yours. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen who still join the international conference today. We finish our activities today. Before we back to our home, let's pray. Thank you, Father, for your blessing to us. As long a day you had lead us one by one. Some of the keynote speakers can attend to present their material. We always pray to them too for in their activities. Now we will back to our home. Bless us on the road so we can arrive well in our home. And we hope that you will lead us tomorrow so we can do the next activities or agenda about our international conference in UKIToraja. This is our prayer. In the name of Jesus Christ, we pray in our Savior. Amen.
Okay, thank you very much to Ibu Rahel, who has led us in closing prayer. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope to see you in the parallel sessions for
tomorrow. Binus deh, Mas Dara. Halo. Halo. Masih ada tuh di dalam partisipasi.